Field in Chicago to take on Derek Lee and the first-place Cubs in the middle game of a three-game set. Next on ESPN.
You like it?
If you like old-time baseball, we got it for you. Wrigley Field been around since World War I, and we've got the Cubs and Dodgers from Chi-Town. Yes, it is indeed the Windy City. Hello once again, everybody, and welcome to the Ruby Tuesday version of Monday Night Baseball. I'm Chris Berman, and we give a heartfelt welcome home to ESPN and welcome home to Chicago to Rick Sutcliffe. Great to see you, my man.
Boomer, thank you. Great to be here.
By the way, nice job by you. It was 78 degrees yesterday. We do a game. The wind chill is 41 degrees.
It's a great night to pitch.
The Bears and the Rams. Yeah, Bears and Rams are getting set to play out there, Sut. Welcome home. The Arizona Diamondbacks, okay, we're at May 1st. The Diamondbacks are going to go 150-12. Brandon Webb's going to be 50-0. The Dodgers, every guy you've heard of doesn't play. They're hurt. Yet here we are the day after Memorial Day, and LA's just 3.5 games back in the West. This Joe Torre guy, I guess he can manage, huh?
Yeah, I guess he can. He's proven that in New York, and he's doing it once again here with these Dodgers. They're over 500 right now with a lot of big injuries. So much so that 6 guys have started 20 or more games this year, Boomer, that are 27 years or younger. But if you remember back in '96 when Torre took over the New York Yankees, he had some kids there too. A guy named Jeter, Posada, Pettit. Now it's Russell Martin, Matt Kemp, and Clayton Kershaw. We'll see.
Well, if anybody can do it, he certainly can. The Chicago Cubs under Lou Piniella won their division last year. They rarely have back-to-back winning seasons, let alone back-to-back postseason bids. Yet this Cub team so far looks better. They're doing little things better than last year's squad that won the division, and yet some of the little things are being done by the biggest guys on the team, right?
No question about that. The big guy at first base, Derek Lee. He hit .371 the first month of the season to get him off to a terrific start. But this guy does so many different things to help you win a ball game. Let's take a look at the game yesterday. Top of the first inning, a man on second, 1 out. Ground ball to third. Ramirez throws it away. The runner on second would have scored. There would have been another runner in scoring position. They would have been down. Take a look at that difficult play, how he made it look so easy. And then, oh yeah, he can swing the bat. Here we are in the bottom of the first. All of a sudden, it's a 2-0 lead for the Cubs. Boomer, they go on to win the ball game 3-1. Derek Lee was the difference.
Well, this is game 2 of the 3-game set, and Hiroki Kuroda, a veteran pitcher in Japan, pitched 11 seasons there. Very strong outings, especially the last one for the Los Angeles Dodgers against Sean Gallagher, making his 4th Major League start for the Cubs. Welcome to late fall in Chicago.
Now I create my own Capital One credit card.
Set rewards to cash back.
Yes, master.
And a low interest rate. Oh, and I want that photo of me and Astrid. Yes, that's it.
Now hit the switch! It's alive!
No, it's not. Well, not literally. It's not.
Introducing Capital One Card Lab. Customize your card by choosing your rewards, interest rate, even upload your own image at CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet?
Okay, so let me handle this. Finding a deal is harder than you think. It takes a trained eye to spot it.
Like this one? Or those two? Or all of those?
This Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked 08 cars and trucks on our lots. Find great deals like $3,000 cash back on most Lucernes. With better highway fuel economy than Chrysler 300 Limited. Find the arrow, find the deal. But only for 10 days. See your Buick Pontiac GMC dealer today.
One moment we were feeling spontaneous.
Surprise, I'm home.
The next, we are happily interrupted. Hey, there's no problem for guys like me with ED. There's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both. Sure, Cialis can work fast, but having up to 36 hours is a great option. And working only when it should means I can respond to Deb only when we're ready. Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away. Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Now here's a fresh idea.
It's so fresh.
Introducing Papa John's new whole wheat crust. Fresh, hand-tossed dough made with 100% whole grains. A new taste choice. Try a large 3-topping pizza on our new fresh whole wheat crust or on our fresh, never frozen original crust. 2 great choices, just $11.99 each. Call or click papajohns.com. 2 fresh choices, 1 great price.
It's so fresh.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Gillespie never gives up, even if it's an 0-2 count.
The big man taught me to be patient and wait for the right pitch.
It's perseverance that's going to make Gillespie a household name.
Howard calls it perseverance. Me, I think it's more of a gift.
Major League Baseball supports the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Here, kids learn values like perseverance.
I think Howard's a promising player. He just needs a little coaching.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, we create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Major League Baseball is brought to you by Aquafresh Extreme Clean Toothpaste for a feeling of clean like no other. Captain Morgan Original Spiced Rum. Drink responsibly. Captain's orders. And the new Capital One Card Lab at CapitalOne.com. What's in your wallet?
Welcome again from the Windy City in Chicago. Yeah, if you hit one out tonight, especially to left field, you will be doing one heck of a job. The wind is maybe down the right field line is the way to go, and Joe Torre is hoping that some of his Dodgers can do just that. Joe Torre, 8th on the all-time win list, has won almost 2,100 games. And this his first season now, obviously, with the Los Angeles Dodgers. In the lineup, well, a lot of names you won't know. Juan Pierre leads it off with the Dodgers. Luis Mazza's at second. Andre Ethier is in right. James Loney cleanup. Jeff Kent a late scratch. Matt Kemp, Blake DeWitt, Shin Lung Hu, Danny Ardoin. Martin gets a night up behind the plate in Kuroda. And Matt Kemp. Yeah. Looking for some things out of these youngsters, Sut.
23 years of age. This kid has got as much power as anybody in the ballpark. He can turn the wind around here. Loves the fastball, Boomer. He'll chase the breaking balls, but with Gallagher on the mound, he could see a fastball to hit.
And pitching for the Chicago Cubs tonight, the guy that's done pretty well in the minors, but now this was just his 4th major league start here for the Chicago Cubs. They'll be Sean Gallagher, 22 years young, from Boston, Massachusetts.
6 foot 2 inches tall, at one time over 250 pounds, but he has lost a lot of weight. And the good thing is, Boomer, he's not lost anything at all on that fastball. Kind of work in progress with the slider and changeup, but he can get it up there in a hurry.
Well, you've heard enough of our bluster. Let's bring someone in that can bring a little life to this telecast, and we welcome in our Aaron Andrews. Good evening, Aaron.
Good evening. Thanks for including me. You talked about Sean Gallagher. Sut says he's a little lighter. How about 40 pounds lighter this season? And Boomer, I'm not picking on you, but I know you're dying to figure out how he lost the 40 lbs. It came after a conversation with Kerry Wood last season. He told him, I need to take my pitching to the next level. Well, he decided to get in shape. So he followed Woods' regimen, portion control and eating healthier. Pitching coach for the Cubs, Larry Rothschild, told me he's in better shape, so he has better control of his body. And if you talk to the Cubs in that clubhouse, a lot of other guys are following Woods' plan. Brian Dempster, Giovanni Soto have all lost weight. I said to Kerry Wood, hey, you should patent this thing, become the next Jenny Craig for athletes. He said he's not interested, but I know if he looked at the dough Jenny Craig made, he'd be interested in it.
Well, you know what? It's hard to throw those deck chairs off, Aaron. I can tell you that. We're all trying to do it in our own ways. Gallagher, hopefully that'll make him a little more resilient and a better pitcher as we begin with Juan Pierre. Spend a little time here with Chicago Cubs under Dusty Baker, and Gallagher starts us off with a strike. Pierre plays. He just plays and plays and plays.
I love this guy.
I know you do.
You can win with him. He's proven that in the past.
He's had seasons worth almost 700 at bats. I mean, he just stick him in there, let him go. Swan will be out of play. And Pierre, of course, a member of that championship Marlins team in 03 that jumped up on everybody now in his 9th season already. 30 years of age, and he's, of course, always a threat if he gets on base. He's led the league in stolen bases, going the opposite way again, and that'll find the seats.
Tell you what, Boomer, that's a great point. Juan Pierre holds the all-time Chicago Cub record for at-bats in a season with 699 back in 2006.
You can't, you physically can't do that.
Cubs have been around a while. We both know that.
Inside is his home plate umpire Bob Davidson.
The crowd wanting to get that call because they know how important it would be to keep Pierre off those bases. If he gets to first base, he'll be at second before long.
Well, and already Davidson is telling Lou Piniella, look, it's a cold night, don't warm it up, or that's, maybe he's yelling at Alan Trammell, the bench coach, huh? We'll see.
Come on, Bob, let's go.
It didn't take long.
He didn't get the memo on speeding the games up, did he?
This is to Soriano. And a relief there because Soriano had a little trouble the other night in a game at Pittsburgh that they lost in the 9th inning. So the defense set for the Chicago Cubs.
Take a look out there in right field. He won 4 Gold Gloves playing over in Japan. 3 outfield assists already, leads the team. And it wouldn't surprise me if Jim Edmonds continues to struggle offensively. You're going to see Fukudome, I believe, out there in center field for the Cubs. They'll try to find something else for right field.
The guy that spent most of his time, 8-9 years, Luis Mazza in the minor leagues, has come up. There's Jimmy Edmonds, who the Cubs are hoping that they find a little magic left in the 37-year-old Edmonds.
Better find it quick.
Yep. Fukudome coming in, and if you see all sorts of heads bobbing tonight, that's because it was Fukudome bobblehead night.
Is that right?
Coming. Yeah, you didn't get one?
No.
You?
No, I'm not a big bobblehead guy.
I'm not saying they're available still. I have connections here. So this, by the way, this is a big night. Japan, there are 18 different outlets covering Fukudome to bat against Kuroda. This is a big deal in Japan tomorrow, where it already is. Now here's Andre Ethier. By the way, back to the defense, and we'll talk about it a little bit. A lot of regular names you're not going to see tonight, and that's the double play combination for the Cubs. They're out of there as well. DeRosa's second base. Terrio shortstop, given the night off by Lou Piniella. Ronnie Cedeno's at short. Mike Fontenot at second base. So when you watch and you say, well, where is everybody tonight? Just a different sort of lineup for both teams' side.
You know, that's one thing about both of these managers here. They've been there as a player. They know how to keep guys fresh. Lou Piniella saying before the game, I'd love to give Derek Lee a day or night off, but he says this guy doesn't want it, and he doesn't look like he needs it. Piniella also saying before the game about how his manager with the Yankees, Dick Hauser, asked him if he wanted a night off. He said, yeah, I'll take it. Well, it was 17 games later before he got back in the lineup.
Wally Pipp had a day off once.
Yeah. He had a lot of days off after that. Boy, he made
Lou's already, he's working it, isn't he?
He made a big difference here. I mean, it started out with the chemistry in that clubhouse. When he took over this team, Boomer, you know, they had lost 96 games.
Look, Joe and Lou, 3-4 among active managers in wins, behind, of course, Tony La Russa and Bobby Cox, but they're in the top 20 lifetime. These guys were good players. You know, you see the day that good ball players, Joe Torre was an outstanding player, but very good ball players would not become your managers, you know, and occasional here and there, but it would be guys that were more the studious type. But there's your 8-14 lifetime wins. And they don't play that many more regular season games now than they used to, so postseason they do, but Pinella was a very nice player, rookie of the year once upon a time, Kansas City. And, of course, Joe Torre, a 9-time All-Star, as everybody knows, an MVP of the league. And they still have a good time. I think coming to the park keeps them young, don't you think?
I agree. You know, and they've got rings, and they both want more.
2-2 the count, fouled off by Ethier. And a chilly night in Chicago.
You know, Boomer, haven't pitched in this ballpark in conditions like this a lot. This is one of the few ballparks where the wind will dictate exactly your approach against a lot of hitters. And there's no reason, as you mentioned, to give a left-handed hitter anything to pull. See? Let him try to turn that one around to the opposite field. Stay hard away. You know, he can hit it as hard as he wants the opposite field. It's going to be tough to do anything with it.
By the way, the Packers are coming in later on this evening because the wind chill is at game time at 6 o'clock start. It's 35 degrees. Off the glove of Gallagher. He can't find it.
We got problems.
Ethier will have a base hit. Fontenot couldn't do a thing with it.
We've got problems. That hit him in the one area that's going to be real, real hard for him to continue. I think that caught him in the hand, Boomer.
I thought it was off the glove, but you're right, Sud. You saw it.
Boy, you hate seeing that. You got a young 22-year-old guy, as you mentioned, just his 4th major league start. It did. That came up and hit him in his right hand. And even on a night when it's not as cold as this, that's difficult to come back from.
Well, last year, Gallagher was 7-2 in AA. That's Tennessee. 3-1 in AAA. And came up with the Cubs all in relief. And they're just hoping that he can at least fill the spot, maybe win this 5th starter spot, although Rich Hill is down in the minors and Sean Marshall is hurt. But I mean, it's available if he can find some lightning. But right now he just wants to find a field. While Gallagher takes a few pitches under.
He's all right.
Yeah. Under the watchful eyes of the training staff and Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach. Sunday Night Baseball, the Dodgers go from here to New York. And Joe Torre will use old friend Willie Randolph. So Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell at 8 o'clock on ESPN following baseball tonight. And then Monday Night Baseball, the Yankees are at the Twins at 7 on ESPN. 2 nights of great baseball. For more information, log on to ESPN.com. Gallagher will continue. 22-year-old youngster, 12th round pick back in 2004. And the cleanup hitter tonight, Jeff Kent, a late scratch with back spasm.
That's surprising.
I talked to him.
I saw you talking to him for quite a while.
I somehow still seized, and so that changed everything. I mean, he was in the heart of the lineup. Everybody kind of moved up one, and so, I mean, they're not, except for Juan Pierre, I mean, and a couple of the young kids. Martin has a night off, scheduled night off behind the plate. This is a Dodger lineup. That Joe Torre could get a win tonight with this lineup. Be like stealing, wouldn't it? Seriously.
Manager of the year right there.
In there for a strike to Loney.
You know, I will say one thing. I think
It begins innocently enough. You don't return a phone call. You break a date at the last minute. But in fact, it's the beginning of a pattern. And soon, your friend with mental illness realizes you're avoiding them. But what if you knew that your friendship was the key to their recovery? Would you still lock them out of your life?
More hips.
I am.
No, really, throw your hip into it.
I feel like I'm doing just what you're doing.
No, Rev. You gotta, you're doing this, right? And you need to really be.
That's good. That's good. That's good right there. Yeah, that's good. You got it.
Now I'm there.
You got it. Okay.
That looks refreshing.
Yeah, the new Fruitista Freeze. It's like an escape with strawberries on top.
Yeah, sometimes I have to escape too from like hammerhead sharks, like tiger sharks, reef sharks. Anyway,
escape the everyday with Taco Bell's new Fruitista Freeze, a refreshing blend of strawberry and mango flavors that's topped with real strawberries to refresh your day.
Does that look like a fin to you?
Think outside the bun.
Yeah, good. Welcome back, everybody. Let's take a look at our one-a-day men's strikeout leaders for this week. Valdez and Harang. Dusty's pitchers with Cincinnati are 1-2. Our boy Tim Lincecum with the Giants, 3. Billingsley pitched well in the loss. Dodgers 4. For every strikeout this season, one-a-day men's will donate $10 to the Prostate Cancer Foundation. To date, one-a-day men's has raised $100,500. So way to go. As the Cubs start the fourth down 1-0. Chris Berman, Rick Sutcliffe, Aaron Andrews on a surprisingly cold May 27th evening at Wrigley. Upper 70s yesterday in Chicago on Memorial Day. Wind chill 35 degrees at game time when the sun was up at 6 o'clock. Had some heat on that ball for Derek Lee, and the Cubs begin with a base hit. Lee did it with the glove, and now trying to do it with the bat as he did yesterday.
I think both teams, this second look around, Kuroda has, not faced these Cubs before. Gallagher's a young pitcher. Everybody got a look that first time. You try to see as many pitches as you can, but this second time around, you know what to expect. You have a little better idea, and they're having a little bit more success.
So Lee is aboard with the second Chicago safety of the night.
Oh, and that's one thing about Lee, too. Even with Ramirez there, he can run. You don't pay attention to him, he'll steal second base.
C.D. Aramis Ramirez swung at the first pitch last time, looks at this one and takes ball 1. Before we go any farther, it's May 27th, 2008. I'd like to wish a happy anniversary to two of the people that I admire the most in the world, James and Peggy Berman, 57 years married on this day. My mom and dad. Still going strong. Married May 27th, 1951. Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. Impressive to all of us.
57 years. Yes, it is impressive.
More than impressive. It's inspiring is what it is. Love you guys.
Especially when I think about what they went through with you in high school.
Well, yeah, right. Well, there you go, Sut. It makes it more impressive. Yeah, that 57 years, but dog years is what you're saying, right?
This is a big week for the Bermans. Graduation. Just got through with that.
Yep.
Congratulations there.
Brown. Yep. That's a big week. Thank you. And you're going to graduation next week.
I got mine next week, yeah.
I'd say a bigger.
No more tuition.
That's
what we're excited about.
Yeah, very much so.
Well, right now, these Cub fans are looking for something to get excited about, and they've got the part of the order up they want.
2-0 pitch. He was hacking. He's become, I started to say it, he swung at the first pitch, much more patient this year, and they say Fukudome is kind of worn off. His patience at the plate is worn off on hackers like Ramirez, right?
I think you made a good point. I think it is contagious. You look at Fukudome and also Reed Johnson, who was added. There's a guy that worked the count, that was patient. And Ramirez, I mean, Boomer, he's still 29 years of age. I mean, he's a slugger. Yesterday, hit his 9th home run of the season. He's a really good player. I don't think you send Derek Lee here. I think with the count 3-1, you don't want to force Ramirez to swing at a borderline strike. See, that right there, I mean, that's the key. You think 3-1, maybe get him in motion or whatever. Nah, you don't want to do that when you've got a power guy at the plate, because that's a perfect pitch.
Yes.
You're not going to do a whole lot with that right there, but if the runner's going, you realize as a hitter, you got to swing to protect him, and then nothing good happens. Now you can send him.
That would be a courtesy toss, wouldn't it?
That's all it was. You know what? And maybe you shorten him up a half step more. Even with the good speed that Derek Lee has, Kuroda may want to go to that breaking ball here, try to surprise Ramirez, get a called third strike, and maybe you can throw him out at second as well.
We'll do it again.
The way Kuroda's worked, you know, many of the pitchers that have come over from Japan or
take a longer time, much more deliberate. I like his pace, don't you, Sut?
I do. Tell you what, they like a lot of things about him. Look at the numbers so far tonight. Boomer, he's allowed 3 earned runs or less in 9 of his 10 starts this year.
Well, that'll take care of things. Strikes out Ramirez, and then there's Ardoin, who guns out Derek Lee.
That's just knowing the game. I mean, he came back on the previous pitch with a 3-2 breaking ball, and Ramirez got a piece of it. Now he turns up the velocity a little bit, got the high fastball, got the ball by Ramirez, and then it was easy to throw out Derek Lee after that.
Double play now brings up Fukudome and a base hit. So as all of Japan watches, Fukudome with a hit off Kuroda. And Aaron, I think there are a few cameras and media folk here representing the Far East, aren't there?
Oh, boom, you mentioned it. 18 Japanese media outlets. This is being watched over Japan. Fukudome told me the reason why this is such a big deal is it's the first time he's faced a Japanese pitcher in Major League Baseball. Guys, an interesting custom. You know, Japanese baseball players, if they have a friend on the opposing team, they don't take him out to dinner the night before the guy pitches. He said, oh, no, tonight we're enemies. But if Kuroda wins, or who, it doesn't matter who wins, I was told. When Kuroda's done tonight, he's paying regardless.
Boy, it's quite a custom. He pays no matter what.
That's not right.
No. I think you should have, that check should be a little more contested.
Sut, that was not your custom back then if you had a friend that you beat on the mound, right? I don't think so.
Right now,
you had alligator arms, as I remember, back in the day in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Well, there wasn't alligator arms. There was nothing in my pocket to reach in there and get back then. No. You know, but we saw the numbers there earlier. I mean, that's not the first time Kuroda and Fukudome have locked up. They locked up 112 times over there in Japan, and Fukudome, I mean, he had 330 with 4 home runs. So I guarantee you, Kuroda was thrilled to get that, strike him out, throw him out, double play there.
So here's Jim Edmonds.
This is a big
trying to get something going. I know. You feel for him. He's had such a, I don't want to say storied, but look, among everything else, 61 postseason games for Jim Edmonds. I mean, that's a lot. With 13 home runs.
This is now.
I know.
And I would imagine probably tonight and tomorrow, you know, you got a right-hander. You mentioned Derek Lowe on the mound. He'll probably be back out there in center, but they need to see more offense, and they need to see it quick. You look at the career numbers. Those career numbers don't look anything at all like the numbers this year.
Batting back is Fukudome. Edmonds in his 15th season. 8 Gold Gloves, 4 times an All-Star. Over 360 home runs. You saw his lifetime stats. And really a human highlight reel in center field. The Gold Gloves are just part of it. The jumps that he would have on the ball. And when he was hitting the homers, he had a couple 40 homer years, you know, St. Louis, that uppercut, that swing, that sweet.
Opposite field.
Yep.
You know, in championships. Played on a lot of good teams. Was a big part of the success that those teams had.
And full count now to Jimmy Edmonds. 1-0 Dodger lead.
You can almost see Kuroda, Boomer, right there, step off and look in the on-deck circle. And I don't think he liked what he saw with Soto. Soto already with a double in the first at bat tonight. Kuroda's going to try to make something happen right here with Edmonds.
There's that swing a little bit. Just couldn't quite get around on it. Uppercut, it just, you know,
slow.
Listen, Jimmy talked to him before. Here's the swing.
Look where the contact was made. I mean, the glove was, the catcher's glove, he was squeezing it, thinking the ball was almost there.
This is in better shape than he's been in the last 4 or 5 years, his legs. He goes, and then I just got off to just a bad start at the plate, which has continued thus far. He goes, I'm really kind of faster than I've been in 4 or 5 years. There goes the base runner, Fukudome, and we'll do it again. Foul back.
Well, they need him. Lou Piniella was telling me before the game, he pulled the stat sheet out and started counting. He said, we've only had 5 home runs all year long out of left-handed hitters. This would be the perfect guy if there was, you know, still, you know, a little bit of bat speed left. But there was 2 consecutive 3-2 fastballs. You got to know you're going to get a strike. He doesn't want to walk him. And yet he's not able to do much with that. They're 89, 90-mile-an-hour fastballs, and that's not a good sign. Jim Edmonds needs to do something here tonight offensively.
That ball's hit well to center, but not today. And as you could see, it almost got a break as Kemp went back, then had to come in. Edmonds is gone. It's 1-0 Dodgers. Such top 5 candidates for the Rookie of the Year. Many of them in this park. We'll be back.
Eastern Conference Finals Game 5, Wednesday on ESPN.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $2,000 cash back on many Cobalts in stock. With an EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon on the highway. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
I decided to redecorate our living room. But no matter what I did, something didn't feel right. And then I figured it out. It wasn't the room.
What?
So I used the cash I got back to redecorate my husband.
With your City Cash Returns card, earn unlimited cash back and get it mailed to you automatically. Whatever your story is, your City Cash Returns card can help you write it.
Now here's a fresh idea.
It's so fresh.
Introducing Papa John's new whole wheat crust. Fresh, hand-tossed dough made with 100% whole grains. A new taste choice. Try a large 3-topping pizza on our new fresh whole wheat crust or on our fresh, never frozen original crust. 2 great choices, just $11.99 each. Call or click papajohns.com. 2 fresh choices, 1 great price.
It's so fresh.
Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Steroids can really damage your body. They can cause tendons to tear and bones to stop growing, damage kidneys, destroy the liver, even cause heart attacks and strokes. Not to mention something else they can do to a guy's body. Find out more about the dangers of using steroids Visit drugfree.org.
There's Sut's folks up there. We're all back to see you here in town, Sut. It's quite a view, isn't it?
You saying that's my pass list up
there? Yeah, that's your pass list. Bring binocular, enjoy game. Look at Greg on I don't tell everybody on a nice, summery, warm evening, sitting up there. What a view. It's like you're on the top of the world, isn't it?
You know, a lot of times those are the only seats you can get because everything in the ballpark is gone.
Top of the fifth inning, number 891. Up for the Dodgers, they lead 1-0 against Sean Gallagher. This is Danny Ardoin, the catcher tonight. Russell Martin with a rare night off. Then the pitcher, Kuroda, and then Juan Pierre.
Martin last year played in 151 ball games.
Little number. Gallagher throws to Lee. 1 out. We throw it over to Scott Reese in the studio.
All right, Boom, I know things aren't exactly warm there at Wrigley, but the Yankees bats certainly heating up. Bobby Abreu going upstairs, his 7th of the year. 2-run shot makes it 7-4 over the O's. But the pinstriper's not done. Very next batter is Alex Rodriguez, and we've got back-to-back jacks. Career shot number 525 for A-Rod, 4 Yankee homers, and an 8-4 game. Guys?
Ball flying at Camden Yards, at least for the pinstripers. That'll be quite a scene at Yankee Stadium for the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game, the final season at venerable Yankee Stadium. It seems hard to believe. You're sitting at Wrigley, you know, sit at Fenway, and at Yankee Stadium will be gone.
Tell you one thing I think of too, and Joe Torre was the guy at the helm when that happened, but how well the Yankees have played the second half of the year. Over the last 5-6 years, they've been the best team in baseball at that. If Joe Girardi can continue that trend, they could get themselves right back in. I think the big thing for Joe Torre right now is just to hold on for the next couple of weeks. If he can just hold on till they get Furcal back and get Derek Lowe and Penny on track, they could get good real quick.
They either got the veterans or they have these young guns that you've been talking about, Sutton. And I don't know, and this isn't a condemnation at all, but when you come to the big leagues at 22 and 23 now, or 24 vis-a-vis back a generation ago, did one know more overall about the game back then? I don't want to make a generalization. I'm not trying to say that the players were better then. I wouldn't say that.
No, I think
but
you did know a little
game.
bit more, Boomer, because back then you played a lot longer at the minor league level. Let's take a look at what's going on. This is kind of neat. That's top 5.
Nice.
I haven't seen this before. Look at this. These are the Rookie of the Year candidates this year. I think Soto right now would win going away. But Jurgens, I mean, that guy's having a terrific year. We saw him last week. Fukudome, just a tremendous bat, what he's done here. Joey Votto, what he's done in Cincinnati. And, of course, Blake DeWitt. I mean, all of those guys in the mix right now for that award. You can win the Cy Young, the MVP 2 or 3 times. Some guys have, but the Rookie of the Year, Boomer, you only get one shot at it. And you just take a look at the numbers. A lot of 300s there. But when you look at Soto, you look at the homers, you look at the average, you look at the power. We've seen the arm. And, I mean, right now, I just think he's your winner. But you know what? Well, there's a lot of baseball left.
May 27th.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're only just leaving the ski dock at this moment for this season. He was Rookie of the Month. You only get one chance to win that thing in April. He's got that one. Count is 2-2 with 2 out to Juan Pierre. The base is clear. 1-0 Dodgers. DeWitt with a 2-out single in the 4th.
How about that? How about the patience from Juan Pierre?
I know.
We talked about it with the Cubs, but more so with him this year, really, than ever in the past.
Back to Gallagher. So he makes 2 assists and strikes out the other man. Pretty good inning for Sean Gallagher.
It's been an industry leader for generations. Born of a rich performance heritage. Equipped with breakthrough safety features and wrapped in a classic, timeless look. We believe great cars take a vision not everyone shares. See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for special offers through Mercedes-Benz Financial.
Don't let the gentle sway fool you. This is high country barley. It's found here, where the air is crisp and the soil is rich. Perfect for growing full-bodied barley, giving Coors that full-flavored taste, savored by generations since 1873. It's the way they like it. It's the way we like it. And neither one of us is much for compromising. Coors, the banquet beer.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor.
We're back at the Wagner Speed Painting Tour. What a performance being turned in here today by the team sponsored by the Home Depot. They're making short work of it all with the Wagner Paint Crew Plus. The 25-foot hose, metal spray gun, and roller attachment let you paint like the pros at a fraction of the cost. And all supplied by the Home Depot.
How? Color me impressed.
Now at the Home Depot, get the Paint Crew Plus for the new everyday low price of $189.
This summer, what will you remember?
Let's go outside.
Coleman, the outdoor company. Grill outside with a portable Coleman road trip grill that lets you cook for a crowd. Get yours at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Wednesday night baseball will be back here at Wrigley with the Dodgers and the Cubs. Derek Lowe for L.A. and at ESPN2 tomorrow night at 8 Eastern time. We'll get to see Carlos Zambrano. Not only is he 7-1, he went 4 for 5 his last time. At the plate, he's hitting a Tony Gwynn like, what, 340 something? Pleasure to watch him work tomorrow night. So hopefully you can join us at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 5 on the West Coast, and of course, 2 o'clock in Hawaii.
More power than Tony.
Well, stop. See, you come back, you start firing everything around here. More power
Zambrano,
than Tony
boy, I mean, wow, Tony could have hit more homers, obviously, if he wanted. A 38 career hitter? Oh, my goodness.
Well, meanwhile, Hiroki Kuroda makes short shrift of Soto, who doubled off him in the 3rd inning. Kuroda's impressive to me.
Yes, he made a little adjustment here. A lot of off-speed stuff. Take a look at that good, tight slider down there with 2 strikes. He saw what Soto could do with the fastball back in the 3rd inning when he doubled into the right center field gap. He didn't see that pitch again.
It's Ronnie Cedeno to start tonight at short.
Saw a note earlier. Only the 6th start of the year for Cedeno at short, but they're 5-0. in his starts.
Bring that to arbitration, I guess. Right?
I talked to Lou Piniella about that. He goes, I like that number. I like those numbers, those 5 and 0s.
Popper, trouble, in. Mazza back, Loney back, Ethier in. None of them could get it. And Ronnie Cedeno was aboard with the pitcher due up. To Scott Reese quickly in the studio.
All right, Boom, here's your Sports Center right now. Big Brown back on the track at Belmont just 4 days after suffering an injury while exercising. The Derby Preakness winner took part in a workout this morning. And Tiger Woods walked with a slight limp as he made an appearance this afternoon, says he should be ready to go in the U.S. Open. Sports Center 11 Eastern. Stay current with ESPN News. Boom.
All right, Scott, thank you. And, of course, that's one of our pleasures here at ESPN, our coverage of the U.S. Open this year at Torrey Pines in San Diego. That course is, they could set it up, Sut. No. We played this 2 weeks ago at Media Day. Bunt by Gallagher. And the throw is going to be to second. How about that? Oh, they almost made quite a turn.
Just an outstanding play here on the part of James Loney. So close at first base that manager Joe Torre is going to come out to argue. Look at that, right on the money, just getting him. There's the throw off, thinking he got the double play. It looked like he was out. Nope. Or once again, terrific call down there.
Alfonso Marquez, the umpire at first. So it looked like out, but not the case. Good call by Marquez. Bob Davidson behind the plate, as we told you earlier. Andy Fletcher is at second. Mike Riley, the crew chief, is at third. That's your umpires tonight.
Boy, just big on the part of Loney there, Boomer. Getting the runner at second base, keeping him out of scoring position. Already Soriano with 28 RBIs this year. He'd be looking for more in an easier fashion.
And there's a shot by Soriano, as you talked about. The pitcher Gallagher just goes to second base. Now 2 on, 2 out for the Cubs with Fontenot coming up.
Without the great throw on the part of Loney, we're tied at 1 right now. Here it is. Fastball outer half, right on it, back up the middle. You got a runner in scoring position. Not only would that have been a run, an RBI for Soriano and tie game, but by getting the force play at second, Boomer, you keep the pitcher out there on the field. Gallagher with his jacket on, he's trying to get it buttoned up. He's trying to put his hands in his pocket. He's not thinking about trying to score a run right now. He's thinking about how cold he is.
Mike Fontenot to start at second base tonight. Mark DeRosa the night off. He's over 2. They're trying to bear down, but starts him off with a ball. I got to tell you, go ahead, son. I'm just looking at the flags here. Has it gotten windier since we started? My answer is yes.
I'll tell you what, last night we went into dinner at Ditka's and it was perfect. I mean, I had flip-flops on and a short sleeve shirt, but all of a sudden something happened at dinner. We came out afterwards
and that ball's just not going to carry, not on this day. Hit well by Fontenot, but Kemp is there. 2 Cubs stranded. Corona does the job. 1-0 LA.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $4,500 cash back on most Silverados. With the best available V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days.
Visit us online at selectchevy.com.
At Cartridge World, our customers save hundreds, even thousands of dollars by having their printer cartridges refilled. Bring your printer cartridges to us and save as much as 50% off the price of a new one. Refilling cartridges is our only business. We are proud to say we have refilled over 250,000 cartridges, and because of our vast experience, we offer the highest quality refills available, 100% guaranteed. Making the world a more beautiful place, 1 ink cartridge at a time. Cartridge World. Color your world with Cartridge World.
For keeping healthy.
I'm a chin-upping, baseball-playing, gotta-take-care-of-me, one-a-day man.
One-a-day men's, the only complete multivitamin with more selenium for prostate health.
It fits my equation better. The winner of Europe's SUV of the year with 200 turbocharged horses.
You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. But Europe's SUV of the year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Wait, I had a clever comeback.
Tired of small portions and big prices? Introducing Long John Silver's new Monster Fish with Monster Puffs basket. A monster value just $3.99. Long John Silver's. Throw boring overboard.
ESPN Major League Baseball, brought to you by
Holiday Inn. The more you stay, the more you earn. Visit holidayinn.com/baseball for more details. And One A Day Men's, the official multivitamin of MLB, specially formulated to support prostate health.
Hopefully the fellas watching in the firehouse day after Memorial Day, and hope everybody had a good Memorial Day holiday and gave a thought of our young men and women serving abroad, and those that have served many years and many conflicts and many wars before. I hope everybody just took a moment to just think about those young men and women.
And to thank them.
And to thank them of this generation and all generations. Luis Mazza has rounded out. There's one out. And now time for a game track presented by Captain Morgan. Well, Blake DeWitt 2 out, a single in the 4th inning. Played at James Loney, and then Kuroda pitching awfully well. There is nothing still shiny, nothing Kuroda about the way he has been pitching tonight, that's for sure. I've been very impressed with just his whole demeanor on the mound side.
How about how impressed we've been with all of the guys that have come from Japan to play over here. Go back to Hideo Nomo. Just, you know, all of the things that he was able to do, the no-hitters in both leagues, what he did with the Dodgers, Fukudome, Sui, Ichiro.
Different culture. I'm not talking about just playing a long way from home. That's one thing. Language, culture, tough. And it's just fitting that the Dodgers would be leaders in that area as they were leaders once upon a time with Jackie Robinson in that area. It's just kind of fitting that that's kind of the team that's really led the way, you know? Your original organization.
Well, there's an international flavor to what the Dodgers have done. With Boo at shortstop. A lot of countries represented.
Well,
Russell Martin from Canada.
Chan-Ho Park. They had a game in which different Asian countries were represented in the start and the win and the save.
That's where I think that, you know, the world baseball is just, it's such a neat thing.
Taiwan, Japan, Korea.
And getting it done.
Saito with the all-star last year. Ethier with a ball diving, and speaking of which, Fukudome makes a play.
You just don't realize all of the things that go into that play, just how good it is. Not only watching it, but thinking about how cold it is, how everybody's out there in the field shivering, and yet Fukudome often running when this ball was hit. Boomer, it's so windy out there, your eyes got to be watery. The ball's got to be knuckling because of the wind and because of how hard it was hit. And yet look at that, man. All out dive, going down to get it, knowing that he could get there in time. Well, I know he got a huge...
James Loney hits us a long way, and Jim Edmonds just has that tracked. Boy, you have no idea how far that ball was hit. But Edmonds has that tracked as he has so many before. So the outfield of the Cubs standing tall.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $4,500 cash back on most Silverados. With the best available V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
The hamburgers at some places go right from the grill to the... Ew. But Wendy's hot and juicy hamburgers go straight from the grill to the bun to you. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
One moment we were feeling spontaneous.
Surprise, I'm home.
The next, we are happily interrupted. Hey, there's no problem for guys like me with ED. there's Cialis. Cialis is the only erectile dysfunction tablet clinically proven to both go to work fast in as little as 30 minutes for some men and work up to 36 hours. No other ED tablet can do both. Sure, Cialis can work fast, but having up to 36 hours is a great option. And working only when it should means I can respond to Deb only when we're ready. Tell your doctor about your medical condition and all medications, and ask if you're healthy enough for sexual activity. Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Don't drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help if you experience an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away. Why ask your doctor about Cialis? Because when the moment is right, you can be ready.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field on a very chilly night. Dodgers leading by 1, and it's time for our big league moment. And on Fukudome bobblehead night, I asked Fukudome what he remembers about his big day, March 31st, opening day here at Wrigley. He went 3 for 3, and of course including this game-tying home run, a 3-run shot. When I asked Fukudome about it, he said the 2 things he remembered about it is how freezing it was that day, and that he looked around the stands and there were fans with no shirts on with his name written on their chest. Guys, I mentioned the Fukudome bobblehead day, which I have one with me right now. And I asked Fukudome what he thought of it, and he said, maybe better luck next time. And it doesn't look like him because of the short sleeves. I'm keeping it.
You don't need to translate that. He rolls his eyes and goes, oh, boy.
Hey, I want to add one more thing about the big league moment, Boom. You know, Derek Lee mentioned after he hit that 3-run bomb that he walked into the dugout and he had no expression on his face. And Derek and the entire team walked over to him and said, hey, you can enjoy this. You can smile. And he said, okay. So now he's learning how to actually enjoy it. Because, you know, Steve Phillips said a while back, there are no Japanese divas. They don't, you know, enjoy the moment. They just move on to the next thing. And that's what he did that day.
Well, everybody in the park enjoyed the moment. That's for sure, Aaron.
Great stuff.
I have a theory on these bobbleheads, though. They're really only about 6 models. And they just change the face and the color of the hair and
number on the back.
Yeah, they're just about 6 things. I mean, have you ever seen a bobblehead that actually looks like somebody? None of them. Very few of them are close. Just a thought.
I thought Don Zimmer's was
I thought that was the same model as yours, the Zimmer model, wasn't it?
There's not been one of mine that I know of anyway.
Well, yours is too big. Your head.
Here we go.
You have to have.
You didn't get cheated in the melon department
Well,
yourself.
I know, but you'd have to have those extra set of struts just on that bobblehead to make yours work.
Last week, I'm in the Mets clubhouse, and Moises Alou asked me about Charles Barkley. I wanted to know how he was doing, so we called him. So Charles, how you doing? I said, hey, I'm in the Mets. Billy Wagner and Moises Alou. I said, you want me to take up a collection for you?
Oh, he appreciated that, I'm sure.
Well, he Charles. There's a base hit.
Ramirez with the base hit one out. Go ahead. So and
Charles
so
said, yeah. Answer. He said, pass the hat. He said, in fact, pass your hat around.
See? What size you wear, man? What size hat? You gonna let that?
It's been a long time.
In the 8s?
Let's talk about Fukudome. It's his bobblehead.
Yes,
night.
It is his bobblehead night, and he's trying to let the Cubs enjoy the moment of perhaps tying the game. Now, there's a hat. Son, I don't recall you wearing that sort of hat. I can't believe that thing's staying on in this wind.
Anything to stay warm tonight. This crowd would like to have something to cheer about here. This is quite a battle here. Kuroda on the mound, Fukudome at home plate.
He's 1 for 2 tonight. Singled back in the 4th, flew out to left field in the 2nd inning. So Kuroda against Fukudome. Another, as Aaron told us before, 18 different media outlets from Japan to chronicle the moment as we are here.
Tell you what, I see a lot of Hideki Matsui, more so than Ichiro and Fukudome and his stance and what have you. Matsui, you know, Godzilla is a little bit bigger.
Yes.
You know, a little bit taller, weighs a little bit more, but how about this? On call Guys down in the truck doing a great job. Look at how they load that lower leg. You see where the hands are pretty much the same. You see the bat plane pretty much the same. The follow through. Matsui just a little bit bigger. You're going to get a little bit more power out, but you're going to get better defense out of Fukudome. So a lot of production from both those players.
That was excellent. Really, it was almost the same swing, wasn't it?
It was. You know what? And both those guys with a lot of success, MVPs over there. One thing about Fukudome, man, in the last 3 years over in Japan, his lowest on-base percentage was .430.
His on-base percentage going into this game was .399 in the majors.
Take a look here. That's a good tight slider that he had so much success with. Picking up the strikeouts down and underneath. Fukudome, I mean, you can see just, you know, that power swing he had when we compared it with Matsui. He was way out in front of that one.
It's an interesting swing. A complete pirouette.
Well, completely fooled. You know, it looks like, I thought with 2 strikes he might try to go the opposite field a little bit more, but right now it looks like he's still trying to tie, or, you know, to give them the lead or tie it up with an extra base hit. Just getting a piece of that one. You can start the runner. Fukudome taking a long look at third base coach Mike Quaddy. Look at Lou. Lou's starting to move around a little bit. He knows he likes that action.
Yeah, he does.
He likes that action. Of course, he's had a base runner thrown out, sending him on a 3-2 count already once tonight. Working that count.
Well, that's what he does. We told you how. Here it is, most in the league. His teammates have followed suit. Fans on their feet. They want action. They get a walk, but they get a Cub rally perhaps. 2 on with 1 out for Jim Edmonds. This might be a shot for him. To Scott Reese. Scotty?
All right, Boom, the junior watch is on. Ken Griffey stuck on 598 home runs. Reds and Pirates tonight. So far, nothing doing. Ian Snell rings him up. And then second AB for Griffey is a 1-6-3 double play. By the way, erasing Jay Bruce, who had his first major league hit. Bucks up 3-0 in the 5th. Guys?
Jim Edmonds, Scott at the plate. With Ramirez at second. Fukudome at first. 1 out. 1-0 Dodgers, bottom of the 6th inning. In the dirt. Blocked by Ardoin, so ball 1 to Edmonds.
That's really a nice job here. Could have taken the double play out of order. Could have put the tying run 90 feet away, the go-ahead run into scoring position. Rick Honeycutt, the pitching coach, not liking what he's seen. He's going to go out and make a trip.
Very Chris Osgood-like in keeping the puck in front of him was Ardoin right there. Sunday Night Baseball, these Dodgers in New York play the New York Mets. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell at 8 on ESPN. And then Monday Night Baseball, the Yankees and the Twins at 7 Eastern on ESPN. 2 nights of great baseball on ESPN. For more info, log on to ESPN.com. People forget that Joe Torre once upon a time managed the New York Mets. That was in another life.
Oh, and how about Joe Torre in the Dodger uniform back in New York?
I know.
That'll be big news.
He will not be back in New York as a coach on the All-Star team.
Something's got to change. There's something he's got to be honored in some way. He needs to be there. I mean, the fans. It's just not right not having Joe Torre there.
He went around
Plus another thing, if I'm Clint Hurdle and all the trouble the National League's had in the All-Star game as of late, Joe Torre's career record as a player and manager in the All-Star game, 13-1-1. For nothing else, I'm taking him with me for that. Try to turn that trend around.
And Clint knows what it's like to open the series on the road, right? So?
Well, and Jim Edmonds needs to turn his trend around right now.
He does, and that ball is hit to left. A long, circuitous route by Juan Pierre, but he grabs it. And Edmonds retired.
That's a tough play. Really a tough play.
Huh?
Well, you know, he's not with the Cubs anymore. He's with the Dodgers. And going towards that line down there, I mean, you're not going to get any help. They're going to tell you, you know, hold up, stay back. We've seen a lot of guys miss play balls down in that corner. That's really a great job of concentrating on that baseball by Juan Pierre. That's a big out in a big spot here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now the young catcher, Giovanni Soto, who, even though he's a candidate for Rookie of the Year, was on the post. Oh, he's pummeled this one to left field, but Pierre is there. What I started to say was hit the only Cub home run in the playoffs last year, and he, on another day, might have had a Cub home run, but not tonight.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas, like the rugged 2008 Tacoma. Lease one now for just $249 a month. Or drive away in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Toyota Tundra. Get one with 0% APR for 60 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
The Nelson Brothers Schroeder Insurance Agencies, your best choice for professional insurance service, representing Iowa Mutual Insurance. Together, they help you build your own policy for your auto, your home, and your business. Personal service, professional products. Serving Eastern Iowa since 1913. Nelson Brothers Schroeder Insurance Agencies, your Iowa Mutual Insurance Agency in Eastern Iowa. Call 563-323-9233 today.
Summer has always belonged to children. But now that the Summer of Audi event is here, kids will just have to learn to share. Take back summer with no payments at signing during the Summer of Audi event.
Chris Berman, Rick Sutcliffe, Aaron Andrews with you here at a very chilly Wrigley Field, where the Cubs lead the Dodgers. The Dodgers lead the Cubs 1-0. Not a lot of things other than goose eggs put there in the scoreboard. How's that view, Sut? Those windows, I think, were cleaned back in the 40s.
There's not a bad view at this place.
1-0 LA on a 2-out base hit in the 4th inning by the young third baseman Blake DeWitt.
Somebody wants to say hello to
Tommy Lasorda in our booth. All the Dodgers are out tonight. Hello, Tom. Nice to see you.
Looks great, doesn't he?
You might have a few stories about that guy.
Oh.
We don't have time, do we? The producer, Randy Weisfeld, said, time? We don't have any time for that. Bobbled, but across. And there's one down, and I tell you what does have a little time is Scott Reese.
Well, I tell you, Boom, you need time to go through all the long balls tonight in Baltimore as the Orioles keep on hitting them. Melvin Mora and Luke Scott and Kevin Millar's second of the game. We've got 9 home runs in this thing, 4 of them by the, 4 Yanks, 5 O's. In case you're wondering, the record, 12 by the Sox and Tigers in July of '02, guys.
Ooh. 8s are wild. Camden Yards.
That's a nice place to hit in. It always has been.
That was one of your pitching homes for a while. Blake DeWitt to Edmonds. There are 2 outs here in the Dodgers set.
Well, you take a look at right now, the Dodgers are up 1-0, but it could be a lot different without the defense there from Derek Lee. That was the leadoff hitter. Take a look at Fukudome, another base hit being taken away from the Dodgers. And then Jimmy Edmonds. We've seen this for the last 15 years. I mean, on a night like this, almost to the warning track to run that baseball down. Edmonds playing shallow as always, had to go a long ways, but another fine defensive play by the Cubs.
Chin Lung Hu from Taiwan. Grounded to short. And safe. Derek Lee could not make the tag as Hu got underneath the outstretched arm on the errant toss by Cedeno.
You know, it's a tough play because Hu gets down the line well, but where you make the mistake here if you're Cedeno is you got a guy at first base that can come up with anything in the dirt. You can't overthrow him. If you have to, let the ball bounce twice. Derek Lee will come up with it. It's not that tough a play, Boomer, when you've got a terrific defensive first baseman there. Cedeno, that's more of a mental mistake than a physical one by throwing the ball over his head.
Ardoin, the catcher, is 2 infield ground outs tonight. So Hu on the error by Cedeno. And so it can now be said that Hu is on first.
You said Hu was at short.
Well, Hu is now on
You
first.
make up your mind.
What is on second? I don't know who's at short.
Well, I'll tell you what has been going on tonight is Gallagher's, I mean, he's had some help with defense and obviously the conditions, but he has really pitched well. And they wondered if he was going to be their 5th starter, if he's going to get another turn or not after tonight. But his spot is coming up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They're obviously going to pinch hit for him if he can keep the score here. He's done a nice job. He'll be out here again for Lou Piniella in 5 days.
Well, look, I mean, you point out that it was a great night to pitch, but in his 3 previous starts, 4 1/3, 6 innings, and 4 2/3. So, I mean, this by far and away is
well, and Boomer, what I love too is going back to the first inning when that ball hit off his hand. The first hit right off the bat by Ethier. You know, there are some young kids that might not have been able to continue, but with his toughness, he not only continued, but he continues to give him a chance to win.
Inside, count 1 and 2 to Ardoin.
Talking with Lou Piniella before the game, you know, the record's obviously better. The Cubs right now than it was a year ago at this time. Their bench is strong, he said. That's helped them win some ball games. He's happy with his bullpen, but the starting rotation has not been as good this year as it was for him a year ago.
Not yet. Cedeno, the shovel to Fontenot. This time, who was gone? As are the Dodgers. 7th inning stretch time at Wrigley. 1-0 LA.
With an iPod-ready sound system, a responsive Ecotech engine, and an EPA-estimated 30 miles per gallon highway, the Saturn Aura Sport Sedan. Now get $2,000 total cash back on select 08 Auras in inventory. Find the arrow, find the deal. But hurry, the Saturn Memorial Day sale ends June 2nd.
The Visa check card, because writing checks shouldn't slow you down. Life takes faster money. Life takes Visa.
The perfectly mixed mojito comes home. New Smirnoff cocktails.
The Subway Handy Guide to Eating Fresh. Due to the fanatical response, we're putting $5 regular footlongs on the new Subway Everyday Value Menu. Not 2, not 4, but 8 mucho meaty footlongs. With $5 footlongs, eat fresh every day.
Subway.
Huh?
Hey, where are you going? Don't you ever stop?
Get a free Kung Fu Panda wind-up toy and specially marked Energizer Max battery packs. Energizer. Keep going and going.
I'm okay.
What's your equation for healthy living?
I'm a dog-walking, high-fiber, laser-focused one-a-day man.
One-A-Day Men's 50+ Advantage is a complete multivitamin with support for prostate and heart health, plus ginkgo for memory and concentration.
It fits my equation better.
Back in Chicago, everybody, the Boys and Girls Clubs of America is the official charity of Major League Baseball, reaching more than 4 million kids worldwide. Together, they create a positive place for kids. And no better place for boys and girls than at the ball yard, whether it's 80 degrees or a wind chill in the low 30s. A night that more reminiscent of when the Bears used to play here in the 60s. That's right. The Wrigley really couldn't fit the whole field in here. You know, that one of the end zones was 9 yards long. Did you know that? Couldn't fit all 10 yards in there, or else you would have run, well, you ran smack into the stands anyway, but this gave you 2 steps before you ran smack into it. The Chicago Bears in 1963 under George Halas won the championship of the National Football League when Y.A. Tittle was rolled by Larry Morris. Picked off 3 times, and the Bears, Billy Wade was the quarterback on a night. It was a day probably a little colder than this, but they used to play football in here. And as a matter of fact, football fans will remember that famous 6-touchdown game by Gale Sayers against the 49ers when the Kansas Comet was just a youngster. It was here at Wrigley Field. So the Bears, once upon a time, called this home. Feeling that kind of football night. I feel Urlacher coming on the blitz here on 3rd and 8 here, so I just feel it.
There's a lot of former Bear players that are here tonight.
Yep.
Your buddy Tommy Thayer.
Tommy Thayer does a great job as analyst for the Bears on the radio. He'll be here tonight. See him later. Meanwhile, they're hoping that the Cubs, their baseball brethren, can push across at least the tying run. 1-0 deficit here in the 7th.
Oh, you start getting a little bit worried if you're the Dodgers here. Things starting to slip away from Kuroda. A couple of hard-hit balls to end the 6th inning. Now falling behind 3-0.
There you go. You called it. Cedeno gets a base on balls. And it looks like Terrio will be the pinch hitter. We never pinch hitting for Scott Reese in the studio, though.
All right, Boone, let's check out the Braves and the Brewers, and Kelly Johnson going to work early off of David Bush. This is up, and away. Johnson working on a nifty little 13-game hit streak. Hudson and the Braves have a 2-0 lead. Elsewhere, the Phils continue to pile on the runs, 7-1 over the Rocks, and Johan Santana and the Mets 4-2 on the Fish. Boom.
20 runs by the Phillies yesterday, huh? After they were behind, what, 3-0? Whoa. Yeah, so that'll be a night for Sean Gallagher. He's hoping to get off the hook. Ryan Terrio, the starting shortstop, will pinch hit for the pitcher Gallagher, who certainly leaves. Again, it's a great night to pitch, as you point out, Sut, but it's by far and away his most impressive job in his brief stint as a starter for the Chicago Cubs. Terrio to bunt. Boy, the Dodgers have thrown out 2 Cubs at second base on attempted sacrifices. And that'll get Lou's blood boiling, won't it?
Not a very good bunt there by a guy who normally is really good in those situations. Terrio getting the ball down, but it's right back at Kuroda. And this guy is terrific here. Look at him coming up with it. The perfect chest-high throw just in time. No chance of doubling up the speedy Terrio, but that's really a nice play on what was not a very good bunt.
And as you point out, Kuroda immediately knowing, I'm going to second. I have time. I like his presence on the mound, Sud. You can't say anything other than that as Soriano comes up 1 for 2 with a walk.
Well, he got himself in trouble with the walk, but you know what? With that play right there, he may get himself out of trouble. Things going on in both these managers' minds. As we take a look at the Cubs bullpen, you're going to get Ascanio up there just in case the score stays the same and you're behind. But if you tie it or you take the lead, Marmol's up and throwing. Go to the other side, what Joe Torre is doing. He's got his big boy Broxton up and throwing there. They get to the right-handers, but also the left-hander Joe Beimel is up and ready if he is needed. You got a left-hander in the on-deck circle. You got right-handers after that. Both of these managers have everything right where they want it right now. Piniella had Terrio up there. He had a lot of options there. Figured he'd at least get him over. Look at that disbelief look. I can't believe he didn't get him over. Joe Torre's sitting there going, all right, well, depending on what happens with Soriano here, will determine which guy down in the bullpen I need if I need to go to the pen.
Top. And the starters tonight on again a wind chill night in the 30s. Well, numbers that any starter would like. Kuroda still under 100 pitches here in the 7th. Gallagher giving up only the run.
Really, the only surprising thing for Kuroda is the 3 walks. A guy that just does not walk people. And what's he do? He walks the leadoff guy here in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, Wilder there. Full count now to Soriano. Which, as you point out, he was awfully careful to Soriano once before to work to Fontenot and got him to pop up on a play that he made himself. So this is a little different situation. With I want to move a tying run over to second base, but at the same point, Torre and Kuroda seem to understand what Soriano can do with one swing of his bat.
Hold on a second here. We got a ball in play.
Bullpen. Ball loose in the bullpen.
Hey, what Joe Torre has done, he has set down his left-hander, Joe Beimel. And it's just Broxton that's up and throwing now because he realized he brought in the left-hander to face the left-hander hitting Fontenot. It wouldn't be Fontenot that he faced. Lou Piniella, of course, would go to Rosa, the right-handed hitter. And Joe Torre says, I don't want that matchup.
And that'll be a base hit. Runners at the corners for the Cubs. Terrio to third on Soriano's second hit of the night.
Well, even though Lou Piniella back in the 4th inning with Derek Lee at first base and a 3-2 count on Ramirez, when he sent him, he struck out and they threw him out. You know what? Lou Piniella not losing that aggressiveness. The 3-2 count, a guy at home plate that will strike out. Piniella says, I don't care. I've got to send him to try to get him into scoring position or beyond. Terrio with his speed able to get to third base. And now if you're Joe Torre, you've got to go to your bullpen with that tying run, Boomer, just 90 feet away.
Well, looks like Broxton will be in from the bullpen. Kuroda, an impressive night, but he leaves with a couple of Cubs aboard here in the 7th. We'll be back.
Hi, I need some help. I'm 10.2 miles past exit 6 on 44 East.
For unique features like Help Me, go with the world's #1 selling automotive GPS, TomTom. Go confidently.
From writer-director M. Night Shyamalan.
There appears to be an event happening. The first stage is loss of speech. The second stage is physical disorientation. The third stage is fatal.
It will happen on Friday the 13th.
Here it comes!
The Happening. Rated R. Friday, June 13th.
Mrs. Jones just called from the repair shop and canceled on us. Said Hertz's local edition is in town, and they came and got her.
They came and got her? They came and got her. They came and got her.
Who do they think they are?
I don't know, but they came and got her.
Back here at Wrigley Field, where the Cubs are trailing 1-0 to the Dodgers in the bottom of the 7th, but have runners at the corner with just 1 out. NBA action, pivotal Game 5 from Boston, with the Pistons and Celtics tied at 2 games apiece. You can see that on ESPN tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern Time. Double switch by Joe Torre here, and one of his best players, Russell Martin, will be the catcher and hit in the 9 spot, which means he leads off the next half inning. Then hitting in the 8 hole will be the new pitcher, and that'll be the big fella, Jonathan Broxton, starting to pitch better as of late. ERA pretty high, but you can move that around at this point of the year with the several good outings.
Well, Boomer, the reason that ERA is so high is because the left-handers have hit .375 off of him this year, and the first guy that he has got to face here in the bottom of the 7th is left-handed.
Hiroki Kuroda could win it, but he could lose it.
Well, look at those zeros. Those zeros could change. They could stay the same, or they could go to 1. If they go to 1, it's a no decision. If it goes to 2, he could possibly pick up the loss. So his fate tonight is in the hands of Mr. Broxton.
Terrio moves well, the leader runner at third. Soriano moves well, the runner at first. Mike Fontenot digs in. Ooh. Boy, how about you come in cold and you Russell Martin? You got to make that play right away, son.
Well, it tells you why he won the Gold Glove just a year ago. Whether he gets an RBI or not tonight, he saves a run. That ball, I mean, first of all, it's in the mid to upper 90s, and it was nowhere near the target that Russell Martin had set up. That was a tremendous play. You know, and here's where we're going to find out about Soriano. If he doesn't run now, he's not healthy.
Ball 2.
Broxton with that big high leg kick. Matt Sinatra, the first base coach, telling Soriano, you can go anytime you want. There's no chance of Martin throwing you out. But the fans here, the media, everybody wondering about Soriano and his legs, if indeed he really is healthy.
In there for a strike. 2-1.
Fondo can't take any more pitches. I mean, that might have been by design taken to see if Soriano wanted to run to get the double play out of order. You fall behind on Mr. Broxton, and he will strike you out as often as any reliever in all of baseball.
Strike 2. Fondo didn't like it, thought it was high. You can take a look. High or outside?
I thought it was both. We'll take a look here. K-Zone will let us know if Bob Davison was right or not. That ball started out as a ball, but because of the call, all of a sudden now Fontenot finds himself in trouble. It should be Broxton that is in trouble.
Now it's high, so the count is full with 1 out and runners at the corners in a 1-0 Dodger lead, at least for now.
I don't know if he sends him or not right here. I would not.
Derek Lee on deck.
Exactly, Boomer. That's a great point. If you strike him out, throw him out, Derek Lee does not hit here. I don't want to take the bat out of his hand.
Another off the glove of DeWitt, and we're tied at 1.
Boomer, we've seen it many, many times in a one-run game where a manager will make a difference in the outcome. Lou Piniella continuing to be aggressive on the 3-2 count. If he doesn't send the runner here, I don't know. He doesn't get out of the box in a hurry. If DeWitt comes up with it cleanly, they might have been able to turn the double play. Look at Piniella. He's got to be excited about that. The dugout's going. Lou's saying, you know what? I did everything that I could do right there. Blake DeWitt, normally solid defensively, got caught in between and couldn't make the play.
Scored as an error on DeWitt, but an RBI. Cubs fans don't care. They know now that they're tied with still 2 on for the dangerous Derek Lee, whose 2-run homer was the big blow in yesterday's Cubs 3-1 win over the Dodgers.
Tell you what, to me, this inning has been all about Lou Piniella being aggressive, knowing the conditions. Hits are going to be hard to come by. I mean, right after Terrio had not gotten a sacrifice down, he was standing at first with a 3-2 count. Soriano up. Soriano will strike out as often as anybody. He sent him anyway to get him to third base. Had he not been at third right there, he wouldn't have scored on the error on the part of DeWitt. The reason I thought he might not send him was because he might want to take a look at this.
That brought some heat on a cold night.
He just missed that pitch right there. Derek Lee, I was talking to him as you were before the game, and you know, he said he wasn't in any pain at all last year, but the home run total was way down compared to 2 years ago as compared to now. He said that the wrist, there wasn't any pain in it, but it has to be a lot stronger now than it was after the fracture.
Power to power, and Roxton hits the corner there, 1-2.
A lot of velocity. I mean, that's right there. I mean, that's one of those, it's on the edge. Even if you swing at it, there's not much you can do with it.
Fans want something called that begins with a B.
How about both the starting pitchers tonight? Trying to sit there and figure out whether, you know, now all of a sudden Gallagher's thinking, you know, I might win this.
Right.
And all of a sudden Kuroda's going, you know what, I might lose this.
He already lost dinner, though. Aaron told us, right?
Keep getting back to dinner, don't you?
No. Lee to right. Wind going there. Ethier is there. Soriano will tag and go into third. So now 2 outs. The lead run is at third. And Aramis Ramirez coming up.
Just thinking about all the pressure right now that is put on a guy who just came into this ball game. Russell Martin has been sitting in this 40-degree, whatever it is, wind chill weather, and all of a sudden he's back there with a go-ahead run just 90 feet away down there at third base, and Broxton can get a little bit wild.
Cubs will be at 0 for 8 tonight. They've been pretty productive. This is a Cubs team that leads the league in runs, leads the league in on-base percentage. It's not the night to really crank off these offensive statistics. So cold I can't even say that. Pitch there by Broxton to Ramirez.
Back breaking balls. I'm going to leave that word alone.
Statistics.
You know, it wasn't that great of location on that slider, but when you throw as hard as Broxton is, anything with a wrinkle on it is hard to stay on.
Now Ramirez facing an 0-2 pitch.
There it is. Martin again. Giving away bases is kind of a stat that they have for catchers. Wild pitches, pass ball, stolen bases.
Right here, Martin.
Wow.
Keeping the score tied by being able to keep that ball in front of him.
What a difference he has made. And remember, he'll lead off the 8th.
Oh, yeah, he not only won the Gold Glove for his defense a year ago, he won the Silver Bat for his offense. So it was a good time for Joe Torre to get him into the ball game.
Away. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 1 run home. Will Ethier have room?
Nope.
No. That win. That was like a frisbee in the wind there, up and out.
Boomer, I've been on that mound a couple of times, and I know in a win like this, if you think he might have a play, he's got no play.
Right.
And when the wind's blowing out and he give up a fly ball and you think it might go out, it's way out.
We'll do it again with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. You're the go-ahead run just 90 feet away.
That man knows that he's just 90 feet away from having a lead and a possible win.
He knows he has no loss. Do it again.
Boomer, the Cubs just so good at home again this year.
20-8.
20-8 coming into play tonight. And a lot of that is because they're such a good offensive team here at home.
You know, they were not unbelievable at home last year when they won the division.
Oh, they were only about, what, 7-8 games over 500 as a team last year. They're much more talented than that right now as you look at the splits on Lou Pinella's club this year.
Now the count is full. So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, everybody on their feet.
Loney coming in to tell Broxton that he's going to play behind him. No reason to hold him on here. Get back a little bit deeper so you got a little bit more range to try to make a play.
Big 6'4", 290-pound Jonathan Broxton will try to finally put away Aramis Ramirez. Ramirez trying to give the Cubs their first lead of the night. He did it, and the Cubs lead 2-1. Was 0-2 at one time. That's quite a job by Ramirez to deliver.
Well, it really was, because he laid off some really difficult pitches, particularly that breaking ball down, not chasing it, running the count full, finally getting a breaking ball in the strike zone that he can. That's a lot like the same pitch that he missed on the first 2 pitches of that at bat. Boomer, he made an adjustment, and that right there is how you drive in 100 runs 5 of the last 7 years like Ramirez has done.
Chanting the name of their right fielder are the Cubs fans for Fukudome on his bobblehead night.
I just think about now the defense that was played by the Cubs earlier in the ball game. That won't be the headlines in the paper tomorrow, but that truly is the story right now, and the reason that those 2 runs mean as much as they do.
And that's a fair ball. Another run scores. Fukudome with his 2nd hit of the night. A double down the left field line. 3-1 Cubs.
Now how big is that error? Fontenot got on. The ground ball that DeWitt could not handle. That led to an RBI. Now Fontenot comes all the way around to score another run here. Fukudome, what a nice piece of hitting. Right down the third base line into the corner. 2 out base hits, Boomer. 2 out base hits that lead to RBIs. Huge.
And now with runners at second and third, Jim Edmonds has a chance to add. Strike one.
Fukudome might have just extended the career of Jim Edmonds. I'm not kidding you. Fukudome doesn't get a hit right there. Edmonds comes up the leadoff, say, in the bottom of the 8th. Not near as important as this at bat right here. A base hit right here, and you could break the game open. Jim Edmonds could find himself in this Cub uniform the rest of the year. Without, he might be sitting here with us next week. I don't know.
I like our defense if that's the case. Ramirez at third. Fukudome at second. 3 runs home. Edmonds trying to give them more, but looks at strike 2. Broxton has come in and given up a ball on an error that was an RBI. Fontenot. Fly ball to right, single to Ramirez, and a double to Fukudome.
Well, that error is really the story of this inning right now. Conditions like this, there shouldn't be a lot of runs scored unless something different happens.
Ground ball to first. The pitch over to Broxton by Loney. The Cubs are gone. They have moved in front here in their home half of the 7th. 3-1 Chicago.
Hello?
Yes, this is Walter?
Yes, this is Walter.
Sir, I may have found something that belongs to you.
What is it?
Sir, if you look out your window, I can show you.
Every day, millions of people choose to do the right thing. There's an insurance company that does that too. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Wow, Silent Fireburger is real nice. The habanero sauce on there, it's spicy.
You spent a little time outside?
I caught a couple rays, yeah. I didn't know if anyone would notice, but yeah, just to kind of get in the mood of the Island Fireburger. Yeah.
You definitely got some color.
Good. Everyone looks better with a little color.
Yep.
Island Fireburger, now at Sonic. An exotic blend of flavor that's part sweet, part spicy, and all Sonic. And stop in for happy hour. Half-price fountain drinks and slushes every day from 2 to 4 p.m.
So much good can come from a game. When I was younger, I was part of RBI, involving baseball in inner cities. It brings kids together, builds confidence, and creates opportunity. And a great program. Major League Baseball proudly supports RBI.
1, 2, 3, RBI!
ESPN Major League Baseball. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy? Sonic. It's not just good, it's Sonic good. And Absolute Vodka.
So the moves by Lou Piniella now with the lead at 3-1. Ryan Theriot, who pinch hit, stays in the game at short. Ronnie Cedeno will move over to second base. And that gives the new pitcher Carlos Marmol the number 2 spot to hit in, and his stuff is nothing short of electric.
You see those 13 hits that he's allowed? He's also got 13 holds already this year on here in the 8th inning to try to put up a 0 and hold the lead, which could also lead to the win for young Sean Gallagher tonight.
So Martin on Joe Torre's double switch. Fouls on back at 2-1. Martin, really, you talk about the young guns. He already is a full artillery. He's a young guy that's already made, as you point out, the Gold Glove, the Silver Slugger, All-Star.
25 years of age.
Leader.
You know what? That is true, Boomer. He really has kind of taken over that leadership role. I mean, last year was his first full year in the big leagues. But if he doesn't do it, I mean, who's going to do it on that team?
No, not yet. Not unless it's the older fellas. Jeff Kent, who couldn't play tonight, was a late scratch. Andrew Jones, they were hoping big things for him with some power, but he had knee surgery today, and he's out 4 to 6 weeks. The surgery was successful, but so Russell Martin.
Let's take a look. 6 of them last year that won the gold and the silver. The best offensively and defensively at their position.
Well, Marmol comes in immediately and walks Russell Martin, and now Juan Pierre is up. Time for SportsCenter right now. To the studio and Scott Reed.
All right, Boom. Big Brown with that cracked hoof back on the track today at Belmont. The Derby Preakness winner took part in a workout this morning and should be go for the 3rd leg of the Triple Crown. Tiger Woods walking with a slight limp as he made an appearance today, but he should be ready to play in the upcoming U.S. Open. SportsCenter 11 Eastern. Stay current, as always, with ESPN News. Boom.
All right, Scotty, thank you very much. Marmol now working from the stretch. By the way, they, of course, could be 7,600 yards, pal, if they put the back tee on every hole possible for U.S. Open. 7,600 yards. Even a big hitter like you would have a little.
I was going to say
trouble.
that length doesn't bother me. It's just the width or lack of it, those fairways that would.
Juan Pierre 0 for 3 tonight. There's some juice there from Marmol. He's impressive.
Well, I tell you what. I tell you another thing that's impressive is their pitching coach Larry Rothschild.
Yep.
As good as Marmol was a year ago, Larry told him over the winter, you need to go and improve your fastball command. And Boomer, we're seeing that right now. I mean, at times the only thing he can throw for a strike is his slider. And big league hitters are going to figure that out. Russell Martin figured that out on the 3-2 pitch. He knew he was going to get a slider, and he did not chase. And because of that, he's at first base. And now Juan Pierre is trying to get on as well.
Marmol, 25 years of age, from the Dominican Republic.
Former catcher, first baseman, third baseman, outfielder. He wanted to be a position player.
And this ball a long way, and a long run by guess who?
Boomer, nobody had a better view of how far he had to go than we do right up here above home plate. That ball was headed towards the gap. Look at this. That gap is wide open. You think, well, maybe Jim Edmonds with all his gold gloves could go get it. Jim Edmonds had no chance to get there. Fully extended, taking the perfect route. Fukudome catches that baseball on the end of his glove. Just from what we've seen tonight, the Cubs have got, they're going to have another gold glove outfielder out there.
Awesome.
But it's not Jimmy Edmonds.
He's been all over tonight. Double just the last half of the 7th for insurance. The diving catch coming in. The running catch going out.
And oh yeah, he can throw too. You know, if nothing else, Larry Rothschild with his trip to the mound got his young reliever throwing strikes. I mean, that's where it starts. You got to throw strikes first, and then once you're able to throw strikes, then you throw good strikes.
Luis Mazza passed. A diving Cedeno now over at second base. So the Dodgers won't roll over here. Martin a walk. Pierre hit it a long way for an out, and Mazza on. So the tying runs are aboard for LA, and Andre Ethier coming up.
Ball hit like a bullet. Cedeno had to play closer to second base to be in position to turn the double play if a ground ball was hit to third or short. That half step kept him from getting to that hard hit ball there by Mazza. Right here's been the tale for the Dodgers over the last several games. Over their last 5 games, Boomer, coming into play tonight, 5 for 46 with runners in scoring position.
Best hitter tonight has been Ethier, 2 singles, and then robbed by the diving Fukudome. So he has a chance to do something, and he has a 2-0 count with which to work. So Marmol, who can be so impressive, as you pointed out, son, really scuffling in the cold tonight.
It's a phone call that Larry Rothschild does not make very often.
No.
With Marmol on the mound.
In the 8th with a 2-run lead.
Trying to get somebody up to help him. And I'm telling you what, Bobby Howard, he's up and throwing. He came in and did a great job in yesterday's game and win for the Cubs in the 8th inning. It's going to take you a little bit longer to get ready tonight.
Inside. Outside. So Ethier aboard for the 3rd time tonight. The bases are loaded. James Loney is coming up. And that 3-1 Cubs lead, which seemed impressive just about 4 or 5 minutes ago, all of a sudden, not necessarily. So now Loney, who hit the ball a long way his last time up, and that's the catch Edmonds made going back to the track. Loney is 1 for 3 with the lone run scored for the Dodgers tonight. Marmol in there for a strike.
Really struggling to grip that baseball right now with this cold weather. That's not normal.
Martin, Mazza, Ethier, and that ball will curve foul. Had no chance, but it could make you think for a minute.
Oh,
you knew.
Swing, and it was some of that power that these Dodgers have been looking for all year.
And the count is 1-2. Did not go. 2-2 with the bases loaded. Do it again. On deck hitter is Matt Kemp. You see him grab the ball. So here are their young guns. Can they do more than a pop gun in this situation?
There's some really good young guns for both of these clubs.
There's a strikeout for Marmol. So Loney is gone, and now 2 outs. Sacks full for Matt Kemp.
That is a really, really good slider, as good as there is in the big leagues right now. Marmol struggling to be able to throw that fastball anywhere near the strike zone. Has gone to the breaking ball. then once he got 2 strikes, was able to get Loney to chase. You got to figure right now. I mean, Mr. Kemp has proven he can hit the fastball. Mr. Kemp has not proven yet that he can lay off the slider.
How about that one?
Yeah, he's going to get a diet of these hard sliders. You throw the first one for a strike. Coming back to catch the inside corner. Now you try to move it, Boomer, to a better location. Just move it to the outer half or beyond.
Now Marmol feeling it ahead 0-2. The fans up. Dodgers have the bases loaded. Kerry Wood's starting to warm up. To expect to see him in the 9th if Marmol can finish this job. Not yet.
Just a little showpiece. Letting you know, the slider's not the only pitch I got. Crowd on its feet. They know what to expect. You got to figure Kemp knows what to expect with a breaking ball away.
Short. Terrio to Cedeno at second, and the Dodgers bases loaded rally goes awry. Marmol struggles but wriggles free. We head to the bottom of the 8th, 3-1 Chicago.
Eastern Conference Finals Game 5, Wednesday on ESPN.
Can I take your order, please?
Yo, what's up, Stephanie? How you doing today? 89 cents is what we're gonna pay. Say hello to Bobby. He's in the back seat.
Steph, give me something big.
With a bunch of beef. 89 cent cheesy double beef burrito.
This is the jam.
Phone. Call my wife.
Calling my wife.
See what's for dinner tonight. I designed the user interface for the navigation and sync systems here at Ford. Well, the fun part is taking complex technology and then making it easy to use for customers.
Please say a command.
Find a fuel station. There it is for a price. They can use their voice to say find an Italian restaurant or find a movie theater, find a nail salon. You'd be surprised how many nail salons there are. I'm Jason Johnson, and this is the Ford Focus. Drive one.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent? Let's vent. Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
You eating enough? You look a little thin.
Yeah, that's a very mom question, but yeah. I mean, enough.
I miss you, baby.
I miss you too.
Love you.
Yeah, we love you.
We tell everyone about the relief work you're doing, you know?
Of course you do.
Welcome to a network that's bringing
guys.
countries and families a little closer.
It's been a while now.
Cisco, welcome to the Human Network.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Back here in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Dodgers had their chance, but couldn't muster up anything with the bases full. With the heart of their order up with 1 out. And so now the Cubs with a 3-1 lead face Corey Wade, the relief pitcher, who will have a birthday tomorrow, or actually in a few hours. Young man will be 25 years of age tomorrow, born in Indianapolis, not far from here. And I want to say this. There's a lady that we lost about a week or two ago that was one of the biggest Cubs fans I know, not from this area, but from metropolitan New York. We lost Trudy Woolner, and she would be somehow very happy tonight, knowing that the Cubs have come from behind and possibly win this thing. And so our condolences to her husband Jim and Dan and Steve, the sons, and I know somewhere she's watching, and we miss her greatly. To the studio, fellas.
All
All right, Boom, let's check in on the Reds and Pirates. And Adam Dunn hit this ball about 20 minutes ago, and I don't think it has landed. How about that shot? 6th home run in 10 games. He also has an RBI single, and the Reds lead the Bucks 8-3. Elsewhere, Astros all over the Cards 8-1. Miguel Tejada, a 2-run home run. And look at there, now it's 8-2, guys.
All right, Scotty, thank you. Look at that. That ball was bunted about 3 feet foul. Don't tell me the wind blew it back fair. Wasn't that Lenny Randall down there? What was that? That almost was an interesting double play by accident.
Just trying to get that sacrifice bunt down.
Look at this.
Oh, just caught the corner. All of a sudden, here it comes.
Only you could putt the ball like that, son.
I might have taken the out right there. Wade's an interesting story. Struggled at the minor league level. 10th round draft pick back in 2004. All of a sudden put it together a year ago. Put himself in the big leagues now. I love those stories.
Wait, they cannot bunt tonight. I mean, that's, I got to say, we talked about skills different at this generation than another generation. That would be one of them.
Let me tell you something. That's something that man will not tolerate. I mean, he will have Terrio and Cedeno both out here tomorrow working on that so that it doesn't happen again. Lou Piniella always, you know, being around him the last several years, he talks about winning type players, guys I can win with. Well, the guys he's talking about he can win with get the bunts down. Look at Mark, boy.
He's only, seems like he's worked the whole game back there.
Supposed to be an off day.
Yeah.
Working behind the plate, worked with the bat. Tried to get them going offensively. I think, you know, Joe Torre knew when he looked at the lineup that he threw out there tonight. No Furcal, no Nomar, no Kent, no Andrew Jones. I mean, runs were going to be tough to come.
No Mark. Yeah, I mean, he almost stole one. He had a 1-0 lead here in the 8th. We said at the beginning, if they could steal this one, this would be quite a game for them to win. I mean, they're not done yet. Runs are just hard for them to come by. Well, yet they're hanging around.
Wins are hard to come by for the opposing teams here at Wrigley against the Cubs.
To center. Kemp is there. Soto back to first, 1 out.
You know, people wonder, Cedeno hitting .321 coming into play tonight. He was 1 for 2 on base, 2 out of the 3 at bats. But when you don't get down that bunt, I mean, that's why you'll find yourself back on the bench tomorrow. You've got to be able to do things to help your team win, and that was not that kind of at bat there. And he knows it. That young man, see that? He realizes what he has to do to play in the big leagues every day.
Here is Terrio. He came in the game.
Pinch hit back there in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, but he couldn't get the bunt down, but eventually came around to score one of those 3 runs. Cubs looking for a little more insurance here if they can before they turn things over to Kerry Wood, who was warming up. And Aaron, he's remains a fan favorite.
He certainly has. You know, the first batters he's hit the past few times, he's ended up hitting them, Boom. And Lou Piniella says he's never seen anything like it. Kerry Wood, we asked him about it today. He said this is nothing new. His role is exposed right now. He said at one point he led the league in hits batsmen. He just feels like right now it's getting magnified, but he can't change anything. I know he spoke with Lou Piniella and Larry Rothschild about it, but he says he's not going to change anything? He's going to continue to be aggressive. So what are your thoughts on that? Have you seen that before?
Well, I have in the past. I mean, when he was a starter, sometimes he just hit you just to hit you. But that's not been the case with him coming in out of the bullpen. He got 4 blown saves, and Aaron, like you say, 3 of them have come from, you know, hitting the first guy with usually the first or second pitch. I mean, that happened opening day. He came in the top of the 9th, drilled a guy, gave up 3 runs. They thought they were going to lose until Aaron showed the piece on Fukudome's 3-run homer to tie it. But, you know, I mean, he's got the ability to do this job. If he can stay healthy, there's no doubt in my mind, nor any confidence lack in Lou Piniella, that he can be that guy.
Base hit Terrio, and the Cubs with 2 aboard here against Young Wade with Soriano coming up.
Boomer, that's something that Ryan Terrio has done his whole life. Parts of 4 championships at the minor league level before he got to the big league. And then he takes over as the everyday shortstop last year. And what happens? The Cubs go from losing 96 games the year before to getting into the playoffs. I'm not saying it's all him, but it's a big part in him doing little things just like that right there.
Well, NCAA champ, LSU, minor leagues.
Sure. Everywhere.
Now Joe to the mound. There's that Honeycutt there. I'm sorry. Rick Honeycutt out to talk. Beimel, the lefty. Warming up. He's been pretty good. Boy, Rick Honeycutt was a pretty good late inning couple batter specialist. Certainly Dodger, but I remember him really with Tony La Russa's teams with the A's.
Setting up Dennis Eckersley.
A reminder, our compatriots at baseball tonight. They'll tell you that it's really Tuesday, not Monday night, but you know, they get things straight over there.
A lot going on in baseball tonight to catch up on.
The home runs in Baltimore. Game's still going. You gotta love that scoreboard. I mean, that's just from.
It's history.
Yes, it is.
It's not going anywhere. That's a landmark.
Fishing is Soriano, and he'll swing and miss that one. I mean, you do need to have your glasses on to read all those the digits up there on the board, but it's good reading.
See, you and I are different. I don't need my glasses to read that. I need them to read what's in front of me on my scoreboard.
Soriano ahead of it. Over to first. And that's a nice double play turned in. And so now with a 2-run lead heading to the 9th, Kerry Wood will get the ball in his hands to try to close things out for the Cubs.
1 week ago, if I heard the name Ford, I wouldn't even consider test driving a Ford. That's me. This is perfect.
We knew that people who don't drive a Ford would be surprised by Ford. So we went from town to town and friend to friend, inviting real people to drive one.
Nice and sporty.
Beautiful. I'm excited.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Navigation is definitely a plus.
I love this car. I want to keep it. I had so much fun driving it.
There we go.
Yeah.
Drive an Escape with 0 for 60 or choose 2,000 cash back. Visit a Ford store or go to localfordstores.com and drive one.
Hi, I'm Libby Allison.
And I'm John Beard with a personal invitation for you.
Weeknights after Fox, join us for the Fox 18 9 o'clock news, your first and best coverage of the day's top stories.
Plus, we'll have your first forecast and the sports stories that matter to you.
News, weather, and sports catered to your schedule 1 hour earlier than everyone else.
So join us for the Fox 18 9 o'clock news.
The Fox 18 9 o'clock news.
This one's gonna be close. Are you kidding me?
The NASCAR Nationwide Series at Dover on ESPN2. Coverage begins Saturday at 2:30 Eastern.
I'll never go there again. Nah, bad service. Yeah. Look at these guys. Hey, fellas, what'd you guys call each other up last night and talk about what you're gonna wear today? Embarrassing. Yeah, not cool.
the winner of Europe's SUV of the Year with 200 turbocharged horses. You done? The all-new Volkswagen Tiguan. But Europe's SUV of the Year? You're so compact, you're practically my size.
Europeans are crazy.
Technically, I'm European.
Exactly.
Woo! Wait, I had a clever comeback.
Yeah, that's from the album Here I Stand, released earlier today by Usher. So we thank them for a little help. And now the Cubs hope to usher in their second straight 3-1 win over the Dodgers and Kerry Wood, who just recently, 10 years ago, this month, he celebrated that 20 strikeout game that he had in '98. It was electric when he came on the scene, has remained such a fan favorite despite all his stints on the DL. Now he's the closer.
Not a whole lot missing from that guy that struck out 20 guys in that one ball game. He still throws every bit as hard, just basically a fastball slider type guy. Out of the stretch a lot now, but look at that.
Well, so much for not hitting the first guy tonight, huh? Sutton, Aaron? That's get out. As DeWitt will sit. And now the Dodgers will go with Delwyn Young as a pinch hitter for Chin-Lung Hu. As Kerry Wood can hit, this will be quite a story, I think, if the Cubs have a chance to go somewhere and Kerry Wood, their one-time ace starter, becomes an ace closer. This could be quite storybook, Sut, in the 100 years after the Cubs' last.
I agree.
Championship. And just laying it out there.
And Boomer's always been a great guy.
Yep.
I mean, he got hurt. I mean, he broke down. Elbow, shoulder, a lot of different injuries. I think, 10 times on the DL the last 10 years or so.
Little flare, so not so fast. Delwyn Young with a base hit. Remember, Baseball Tonight comes up after us. Remember, if you've enjoyed the Dodgers and Cubs tonight, we'll do it tomorrow night on ESPN2 at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, and 5 West Coast. And we still have this one.
Pretty good pinch hitter coming to home plate right now, too, huh? Mark Sweeney.
Mark Sweeney, the second leading pinch hitter of all time.
Oh, I feel another Lenny Harris mention coming.
Well, Lenny has the most.
You know, and another guy we saw earlier tonight, Dodger coach.
Manny Mota has third most. Mark Sweeney has second most. Then Smokey Burgess, Greg Gross, and Dave Hansen. Those would be in number of hits for pinch hitters. Sweeney got a start yesterday, went over. Torrey trying to get him somehow going. Batting for the pitcher, Broxton.
You know, the one thing you look at, though, with the Dodgers, with all the injuries and what's going on there, you think, oh, you're a home run away from tying this game up. But Joe Torre, he's probably getting tired of hoping for a home run because they've just been tough to come by.
They just don't have it.
And it doesn't matter which way the wind's blowing. The wind was blowing out yesterday, and they couldn't get the ball out of the ballpark.
Bases loaded twice. They couldn't do anything with it. Tonight, bases loaded in the 8th. They had it in the 6th and the 8th yesterday. The 8th tonight. They can't keep squandering those opportunities. And Kerry Wood's going to throw that. So 2 strikeouts here with a runner at first. And Russell Martin coming up. And now time for our Pepsi Clutch Performer of the game. It would be Fukudome on his bobblehead night. 2 outstanding catches. RBI double in the 8th. And there's not much more he could do To learn more about Pepsi's Clutch Performer of the Month award, visit PepsiClutch.com. An uncontested stolen base. I guess they call that indifference. But either way, Young is at second in a run that doesn't matter.
I think Lou Piniella might have something here. Even people in the media and the papers questioning Kerry Wood. Is he really the right guy for the closer's role?
I think he's great for it.
Why don't you go ask DeWitt? Why don't you go ask Mark Sweeney? Or why don't you ask Russell Martin right now? I know what their answer would be.
To first, Derek Lee pitches to Wood. Wood nails it down. Young Sean Gallagher wins it in the Cubs with a 3 spot in the 7th. Come up with their second straight 3-1 win over the Los Angeles Dodgers on a night better suited for football. They get that field goal in the 7th, and they win it.
Well, a lot of credit to Gallagher. Just 22 years of age. In his 7 innings, he did not allow the leadoff man to reach base once. He allowed a run, but all of a sudden his team came back with 3 in the bottom of the 7th, and that outstanding last part of the bullpen for the Cubs held on to it again.
Now the Cubs continue to play brilliant baseball in the end here at Wrigley, 21-8. And they will enter tomorrow again in the lead in the NL Central. Coming up next, Carl Ravitch, Eric Young, and Buck Showalter with Baseball Tonight. It's been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. We'll do it again tomorrow night on ESPN2 with these Dodgers and the Cubs. For Aaron Andrews, and a welcome home to my buddy Rick Sutcliffe, I'm Chris Berman. Thanks for joining us. Cubs 3, Dodgers 1.
Baseball Tonight is presented by Verizon Wireless.
Welcome to Baseball Tonight, and a very wild evening for baseball. We'll start with the Yanks and the Orioles as we go out of the box. And they were going out of the bandbox here. What started as a beautiful night for baseball turned into a home run derby. A combined 9 home runs have been hit in this game, coupled by Kevin Millar. It was a one-sided game at one point. It's not anymore. They're playing now, and it's pouring there. Pirates and Reds, the top prospect, Jay Bruce, gets his first career hit against the Pirate team. Looked very mature in this game. We'll talk about young players in the game as we look forward to next week's draft. Andrew Jones, bad news for the Dodgers. Looks like 4 to 6 weeks after he has surgery to repair torn cartilage in his right knee. LA, of course, just played the Cubs. You saw that. Eric Burns goes on the DL. He's got sore hamstrings, 219 average, 6 homers, 23 RBIs this season. The Diamondbacks and the Giants currently underway. Lincecum and Dan Herron in that game. And the Cleveland Indians, Travis Hafner misses his second straight game with a sore right shoulder. He may go on the disabled list. Let's get some updates here as we're past the 10 o'clock hour. Josh Hamilton, Buck Showalter called him a 5-tool superstar the other day. With the bases loaded, he unloads a grand slam as Texas tries to get back to the 500 mark. They're beating those first-place Rays by a score of 12-5. Hamilton is 2 for 5 in the game. Pirates and the Jay Bruce-led Reds. Wow. What a debut for Jay Bruce.
Think he had anybody there on the pass list?
3 for 3, 2 RBIs, 2 runs. He knocks in Cincinnati's 9th run of the game. I believe there's a lot of Bruce fans, and I'm not talking about Springsteen, that are there in the crowd tonight. We do have Buck Showalter, Eric Young. I'm Carl Ravitch. For all this stuff, wait till you hear the story that Buck tells about a triple play that he was managing in a game in which the ball never hit the ground or a glove. Think about that as we work our way towards it. We all know about Peter Gammons. He's going to join us as well. We'll get Mr. Gammons' thoughts. The inside pitch talks about the Rays' defense as well as these rookies that are making a big impact. To the New York Mets, dealing with the Florida Marlins. New York, New Yuck. Last 8 games, they've won 1. They're not hitting well, they're not scoring, and the pitching has been just this side of putrid. The good news is Willie Randolph has got Johan Santana on the mound tonight. Bottom of the first of this game, the Mets are up 1-0, 2 on, 2 outs. Andrew Miller is another one of those young guys who is filthy when he's on. Fernando Tatis is at the plate. The left-hander is going to fire in. And this was big because in the first inning, the Mets looked like they had 2 on, 3 on, and weren't going to score, but they end up getting 3 runs. A couple with 2 outs. Ramon Castro goes to right, and David Wright comes in.
Nothing like a 2-out RBI to feel good about a team.
Dan Uggla's been an MVP candidate so far in the National League. To go with Chipper Jones. Santana dominates him. Uggla just bat gets shattered. Santana gets out of the jam there.
Sometimes when you're looking for the chance, he'll rush that 93 fastball in on the hands.
They can't get that bat issue taken care of quick enough.
And they are looking at it. Major League Baseball with the maple bats trying to figure out how we can prevent them from breaking. Someone's going to get hurt. Uggla didn't get any bat on that one. Santana in the 5th out of a jam. In the 7th, another showdown. Oh, and the filthy changeup as Santana gives you 7 innings, 3 earned runs, and 7 Ks. 5-3 as the Mets try to close it out with Wagner on the mound. Good night, Jorge Cantu. It's all over. So a bit of solace for the New York Mets, who've been obviously struggling lately, and all sorts of suggestions that maybe the manager needs to have a big homestand. It's a start. The ace gets the job done. Brian Church, by the way, one of the most consistent players on the Mets. The injury bug biting a lot of teams. He's been sent home with the concussion symptoms that, of course, he now has had 2 this season. Important, EY, to have your ace go out and get the job done. Part of the problem this year, though, has been that he hasn't actually done that for them.
Well, I tell you, Carl, when you're struggling and your team is not playing well, you're not doing the little things, and you have your ace going that night, you feel more confident coming to the ballpark, knowing that this guy's got to bring his A game, will bring his A game, will stop the streak, and get us back on the right track. And that's what Santana is supposed to do. It's supposed to set the tone for this team, and guys depend on him to come and shut them out. This also gives you a chance to rest some of your starters that are struggling, especially in this case, Carlos Delgado got a day off, who may get another day off. But this is where you shake up your lineup a little bit, Carl, and you give guys a race, knowing your ace is going to bring his A game and stop the streak and give you a good game.
And he had been 2-2 after Met losses. The Mets do get a victory tonight thanks to Santana, and those early first-inning runs certainly helped out the cause. Now on ESPN.com as we get interactive here, more on Willie Randolph and the Mets' plight. You can read all about it as Rob Nyer tries to assign accountability in what has been a tough season so far for the Mets. Philadelphia Phillies have been rocking the house lately. Their last 2 games, you're talking about 20 and 15. So 17.5 runs with a batting average over 400. A lot of extra base hits, 5 home runs, and it's been spread out rather well throughout the lineup. Tonight's game, they were dealing with rain late, but early they were dealing with a downpour of more Philly offense. Ubaldo Jimenez, Ryan Howard. A walk for the big fella. Bases loaded. Greg Dobbs up next. You know you like the 2-out hits. You'll take the 1-out jam jobs that fall as well, won't you? Victorino's going to try to score. Your Torrealba.
Oh, they gave the catcher an error on this. Watch this ball skip. That's a tough play. You got a long short hop, one of the toughest ones. He hung in there as long as he could. That's a tough error if it held up.
2-0. Jeff Jenkins, Todd Helton coming home with it. Out at home. Ryan Howard. Take a look. Does the hand get in? It sure does.
Boy, he had a good angle, too. Umpire was looking right down there.
The score stays 2-0. Next batter is Pedro Feliz. Men on the corners. Torrealba saying, can you throw it way outside and down? Ubaldo didn't get the email. Dobbs and Jenkins score. Spielborg dove into the pool. It's 4-0 Phillies.
That's been the problem with the pitchers this year for the Colorado Rockies, and not hitting their spots like they did last year.
Chase Utley second at bat of the game. It's only the 2nd inning. Extra bases here. Rollins trots in from 3rd. 5-0. They're backing up the 20 and the 15 with another offensive onslaught.
Look, in the Rockies' losses, they've been giving up 7.1 runs per loss. That's just not getting the job done, Carl.
Understatement. It's raining. It's missable. Can we just call it now? Charlie Rutherford looked thrilled to be the tarp out in this. 7-3 in the 8th inning as this one is in a rain delay now. Kyle Kendrick got the start, went into the 8th inning. The 2 earned runs and done for the night as Tom Gordon is now in. A couple of games starting out west. We'll start with the Nats and the Padres. Aaron Boone, pitch him and ditch him. Nationals on the road get a 2-0 lead over San Diego. Get you more on San Francisco, Arizona, Boston, Seattle, Detroit, LA. The ballots for the American League All-Star, at least the early returns are in. It looks very AL East, Red Sox, Yankee heavy. First place Rays. Look at Aki flip the bat. Find out how Tampa did in their latest till tonight. And the Cleveland Indians, they've been involved in a couple of triple plays lately. None come close to the story that Buck has for us when we come back.
We wish you were an ideal day. We wish you were an ideal day. We wish you were an ideal day. And an awesome new fall.
It's Red Hot Deal Days at Verizon Wireless. Celebrate any way you know how. Get to Verizon Wireless and get up to 50% off phones made for messaging, like the BlackBerry Curve, the LG Envy 2, or the Samsung Glide. And now this Moto Q9M is just $79.99. And they all come with America's most reliable wireless network, Verizon Wireless.
Niagara Falls, the ultimate torture test for a deck. The ultimate protection, Thompson's Water Seal. Chosen to protect the most water-drenched decks in America. The decks at Niagara Falls. Thompson's Water Seal, the most powerful protection against water damage, guaranteed.
New smoky chipotle? Wow. What is that?
Flavor.
I like flavor.
Smoky flavor, just enough kick. New Smoky Chipotle Crispy is at KFC. Mix it in your bucket or try a 2-piece meal for $3.99.
Tastes better with KFC.
Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback. Baseball Tonight is presented by Verizon Wireless and in part by Mercedes-Benz, located on the web at mbusa.com, and Thompson's Water Seal, the most powerful protection against water damage, guaranteed.
Baseball Tonight, seen each and every night, 10 and the midnight hour, folks. We will certainly be at the All-Star game. And David Ortiz, currently the leading vote getter in the American League All-Star fan voting. The online voting goes until July 2nd at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. It stops, and they'll do regular weekly updates between now and then. The first of those updates shows it's really a game of the Red Sox and Yankees. So look at the left side of the field. You got A-Rod, Jeter, Manny. The right side of the infield is Pedroia and Youkilis. And the catcher is Veritek with the DH, David Ortiz. Youkilis hasn't been on the ballot because when it's in the National League Park, Ortiz has been the first baseman. Ichiro and Vlad breaking up the Red Sox-Yankee party. Speaking of those Yanks, they're at Camden Yards, the Charm City. Crazy night in Baltimore as these two teams got at it. Top two, no score. Signature shot for Jason Giambi. 10th home run of the season. Yankees go up 1-0. That's the first home run of the game. 3 batters later. Starting to get a little warmer on the East Coast. Ball's flying a little further. Johnny Damon sends one out. He's got 6 now. Giambi's got 10. Kevin Millar's got 7. And home run number 3 at the bandbox that is Camden Yards. 4-2 is the score. I believe I heard, I think it was Ken Singleton said, get me over a fastball. That was what that looked like.
That's one of the problems. You take a young man to a 4-0 lead. Next thing you know, you're struggling for your life.
Ian Kennedy leaves the game after 3, a pulled lat muscle. Pulls down 4-3. Abreu then goes yard. 7-4. Brian Burris tailspin.
When the team comes back and gets you 4 runs, you got to give me a 0 the next inning at least.
Big inning.
A-Rod trying to get him a 0 with a 1 in front of it. It's 8-4. Number 6 of the game. A-Rod 7th of the season. Not done yet.
But the Orioles are the comeback kids.
Where are they going now?
Souvenir City.
Morris 6th of the year. O's within 2. Luke Scott pitch dead. Boy, these are flat fastballs. Orioles within a run, 8-7 on the 8th home run of the game. I believe this was baseball. Now, everybody that came got a ball.
The best night of Souvenir City ever.
Lars, 8th of the year, his second of the night. Home run number 9 of the game. Luke Scott is enjoying it. Oh, my gosh. They try to play through this miserable weather. Joe Girardi is visibly upset because I think he wanted that tarp to be pulled out before that Matsui at bat.
The weather's always puts the umpires in a tough situation. They're trying to be fair to both teams. Keep in mind now, the Yankees were playing the top of the 9th.
Yeah. Now they've gone with the tarp, and the Orioles haven't batted yet in the bottom of the 9th inning. The same rain that's affecting Philadelphia has obviously moved to Baltimore.
You wouldn't have that problem if you just, regardless of where it was, the game stopped where it was. There wasn't a 5th inning. It stops here, pick up, suspend. There's so many different rules. Sometimes you wish it just be uniform. Wherever it stops, it stops. And you pick it up from that point. It'd make it a lot easier on the umpires.
Instead of trying to force it to what?
Right, and try to get through the 5th inning or get through a natural inning where it doesn't revert back to another inning. All the different rules you have to think about.
Rangers and the first place Rays. Andy Sonnenstein and the Rays tied with Oakland for best home ERA in baseball, 2.74. Ian Kinsler, bunting. You kidding? How'd that stay in?
Good chalk line. There's no more chalk put down on line. It's all paint anyway. I don't think anybody puts chalk down anymore.
And he got a 12-game hitting streak with that bunt.
2 batters later, 2 on. Hamilton. He had no idea where the ball went. It went to third. Longoria scuffling. Safe. Obviously, that ball had a lot of spin on it, just by the way it came off the bat. Saltalamacchia is in on the error. It's 3-0. Inning could have been over. Later, it's 5-0. Brandon Boggs rolls one into right.
This young man out of Georgia Tech's come up and held up pretty well. Good-looking player, switch hitter.
Milton Bradley, David Murphy score in the double. Andy Sonnenstein, 5 runs given up, but only 2 of them are earned. 7-4, 2 outs. Man on second, Longoria. Vicente Padilla, 92 in, and it stays in. Vicente gave you 6. He struck out 10 in this game. It's 8-5. It's Hamilton, and they're loaded.
No, he got his hands inside that ball. That's hard to do.
Yes, he did. He had those stakes on the bass. He got 4 of them with that hit.
5 RBIs at the point in this game. It's 12-6. Rangers over the Rays. Huge night for Hamilton with the grand slam. Boggs has 3 hits. Saltalamacchia has 3 hits as well.
And very quietly, Padilla's getting ready to go 7-2 if this holds up.
Very, very impressive for Vicente Padilla. For a team, by the way, for all the attention the Rays are getting, Texas is right there in that American League West race. A win gets them back to 500. Let's bring the great one in, the Hall of Famer, Peter Gammons, his inside pitch. It's amazing. Every time you look at the Rays, there's some superlative. What do you attribute some of their success to beyond the good hitting and the good pitching?
Well, they did have the freak of Longoria having that ball off the lip of the infield and boot it. But you look at the Devil Rays, say, their starting pitchers, even after the night, are 23-14, which is a big reason that they've been hovering around the top of the American League East. And you talk to anybody around that team, and they'll tell you the biggest reason for that pitching has been the defense. I mean, all of a sudden, their starting pitchers aren't afraid to throw strikes. They're not afraid of contact. They're working quickly. Now, you look at Longoria and Jason Bartlett have completely changed the left side of the infield. Carlos Pena always was a premier defender. And Akamori Iwamura, who EY must have the biggest thighs of any second baseman in history, has been a revelation at second. Last year, the Devil Rays were second to last in the league in errors and had the lowest fielding percentage. This year, they lead the league in both fewest errors and highest fielding percentage. A major reason that their pitching has been so much better.
Defense is outstanding. They've run the Devil right out of town. Their defense has been great. And credit the manager who has played so hard on these guys to just go with the fundamentals. We'll have more from Peter and what the Reds are going to do now that Jay Bruce is up. Atlanta, Milwaukee, Hardy. Look at Hudson, the frustration in the 8th inning. He had a 2-1 lead, and that ball hit off almost looked like it off the rubber. And bounced right up. They're in it. Giants, D-backs. Danny Herron careful with 2 men on. Molina. Left field, flying. Wow, did that carry?
That time of year in Arizona. Roof open, roof closed.
3-0, the anticipated debut. And as we've seen so far in the show, what a successful debut for Jay Bruce. What does it mean to the rest of the Reds? The top triple play. And a story you won't believe when we come back.
total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue? Code blue.
The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
ビッグパピじゃない？レッドソックスの。
撮ってもらっていいですか？ちょっと待って。デビッド・オーティス？ちょっとみんなビッグパピやろ？ビッグパピ。You know Big Papi.
It's that authentic. New era, official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas, like the rugged 2008 Tacoma. Lease one now for just $249 a month. Or drive away in the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Toyota Tundra. Get one with 0% APR for 60 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Lower your cooling costs up to 40% with a Westinghouse ceiling fan. The 42-inch Richboro fan with white finish and alabaster swirl glass light, only $39. A 52-inch Provincial in excavated bronze finish with a frosted glass light, only $88. Save big on your electric bill by installing compact fluorescent bulbs from Sylvania. They use 75% less energy than incandescent bulbs. Choose from Flood, Globe, Twist, Decor, and dimmable bulbs, all 20% off.
Save big money at Menards. Welcome back to Baseball Tonight, presented by Verizon Wireless.
Back on Baseball Tonight, your ticket to each and every single game. 2-2, 8th inning. Hudson still dealing, and he gets out of this mess with a pop-out catch in foul territory. Johnson goes over and reels it in. So, frustrated by the bad bounce that he got, it stays 2-2. Let's go back to the 2005 Major League Baseball draft. What a year it was. Justin Upton, who made his debut a couple years later. Alex Gordon, one of the Kansas City Royals' young studs, he made his debut April 2nd, 2007. The Z-Pack's been a star for those Washington Nationals. He was drafted in 05, and he made his debut in September of that season. Ryan Braun just signed a huge contract extension with the Milwaukee Brewers. He was part of that 05 draft and, of course, debuted last May. And all he did was hit home runs. Troy Tulowitzki helped get the Colorado Rockies to the World Series last year, making his debut August 30th of 2006. He was part of that great 2005 draft. They were all in the top 7 of that draft. This guy was picked 12th. Jay Bruce, by many counts, including Steve Phillips, who said in the Futures game, Bruce was the star. And Steve also picked him to win the Rookie of the Year this year. You see his credentials, especially what he did in AAA this season. There was a chance he was going to make the Major League roster out of spring training, but he was a little banged up. He does make his debut tonight, and what a debut. Pirates dealing with that guy, Jay Bruce. Center fielder, bottom 1, no score, his first Major League at bat. He put us in that position. What's that like?
Oh, your adrenaline is flowing, your heart is beating fast.
Don't you want to swing at it?
Oh, you want to swing, but the pitcher didn't give him a fastball inside.
4-pitch walk. There's a fastball inside.
And there's your first Major League hit, Carl.
Give me that ball.
Yes, indeed.
That's a souvenir.
That's a souvenir.
All right, let's go to the 5th. The Reds are down 3-zip. Shows a good eye. He draws another walk.
Gave him a lot of respect by keeping it away from him.
First and second for Osno Grande. The big mule. And when Adam Dunn hits him, they go forever.
Wow.
Huge home run.
What's that feel like? You hit a ball like that?
I ain't never hit one like that before.
But you get a sense for the improved lineup already if you have Bruce getting on and his threat, and then you got Dunn coming on and doing that. Xavier Nady tried to check, but he gets punched out. Bruce is up with the bases loaded. Be a hero.
Did I hear some Bruces in the back?
You did hear a lot of Bruces.
That was a good piece of hitting. Didn't try to pull and roll over, hit a ground ball, then base it the other way.
He gets up in the 7th and does it again.
Think he's having fun?
Oh, that's why they gave him a lot of respect and keeping the ball away from him earlier. This guy, wow.
I mean, you don't want to jump to quick conclusions. You're big into the put the patience on, but let's just take the game as it is. What a start to a career.
I know there's a guy named Dusty Baker.
Adam Dunn, by the way, with that home run, set a Reds record for homers by a left-hander, breaking Ted Kluszewski's mark. And it is now 9-3 as they play in the top of the 9th inning. Obviously, a lot of young guys. Try to go back to that first game. What do you think? What is he feeling now?
Well, it's just a lot of emotions are going. He probably didn't get any sleep last night when he got the call. You know, he's packing, trying to get up there as fast as possible. It's just a lot of things going on. You're making sure your family get in, they're there, and the fans have just been waiting for him to come up to Cincinnati, and it's just a tremendous feeling. You can't even describe the type of feeling and emotions he's going through right now.
A bigger picture, you look at the Rays, you look at the Royals, you look at the Diamondbacks. You know, a lot of these guys that were drafted in more recent years seem to be, and statistically, there really isn't a great deal of evidence to back it up, but they seem to be at least making a greater impact. What does it say about Major League Baseball, if anything, now, with the ability of these guys to make an impact?
Well, obviously they're cheaper. Okay, but drafting a guy in the first round, those guys aren't cheap anymore, and you know, the options that are presented are more easy for a club to manage. You know, you sign a free agent, or your what ifs are a free agent or a trade, and you make a mistake, and you got a problem, you're stuck with it. When you have your players, young players from within, you have options where you can send these guys down. You also kind of control, you know, when you pay them and when you make the commitment to them. So there's a lot more of a comfort zone. And I tell you, down deep, I think the fans like it a lot more because it's one of your homegrown guys. Here's a guy coming up first night, and they're hollering Bruce.
Right. And if you sign him for a while, I mean, you have him for a few years, you can kind of invest in him a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely can, especially after 2 years if he performed well, the way you expect him to. You know, guys are just learning more on the job now compared to, you know, when I came up, you were getting more years in the minor leagues and learning how to really play the game fundamentally. Now they have to learn and do it, but they are a little bit more advanced. These guys seem like they know exactly what they need to do. Confident, have a game plan. Like today, Jay Bruce, I mean, it seemed like he's been there all year.
I think there's less and less mistakes being made in the draft early in the rounds. I think, one, it tells you how good the college programs are becoming and how good a job the scouts are doing. And because you better not make a mistake. That ain't real small money those guys are getting.
Not at all.
The Rays have been very successful with their picks. They'll have the #1 pick again this year. We'll have more on the draft in a second. But, Peter, from a technical standpoint, what did the Reds do now? The reason that I guess they were able to get rid of Hamilton is because this guy was waiting in the wings.
Well, he is, and I don't know what Buck thinks, but he reminds me so much of Larry Walker. It's absolutely amazing. But they've got Jay Bruce. They have Joey Votto at first. So today they put Scott Hatteberg on waivers and designated him for assignment. But I don't think Hatteberg's going to be out of a job very long. First of all, he's from Seattle. The Mariners are looking for depth. They're looking for character. They're interested in him. And the Mets, who are looking for depth, and give Carlos Delgado a little time off and try to keep him fresh in the dog days. They'll be interested if he clears waivers. So, I mean, Hatteberg is one of the great guys in the game. He's a very good first baseman. He's been a decent pinch hitter up until this year. So he's going to be a guy that will help a contender. He's an important guy to pick up. And my guess is he ends up in Seattle.
Right, and it's fascinating. You bring up Larry Walker. One of the things Dusty had said before the game is, please, let's not put labels on him. If Dusty were sitting here like it were last year, he would have put a label on him, too. Understand, Larry Walker. We'll talk more about the 08 draft with Peter in a second. And by the way, that draft can be seen right here on ESPN2 on June 5th. Major League Baseball draft taking on the same ramifications as you're seeing in the NBA and the NFL. Look at Miguel Cabrera. First home run in 10 games. Tigers jump on top of the Angels 2-0. Baseball Tonight returns. Ozzie Guillen, the White Sox dealing with the Indians. They're still a first-place team, and thank goodness for patience in Chicago. And Buck's triple play story. How do you turn a triple play in which the ball never hits the ground or the glove? The triple play question before we step aside. Who else besides EY was drafted in the 43rd round in 1989? Who else besides you was drafted in 1989?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I was in a good company.
There was only
one
guy drafted that year that mattered.
We'll have the answer when we come back.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $4,500 cash back on most Silverados. With the best available V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
Home of Applebee's signature salads, like California shrimp salad with seared shrimp, buttery bib lettuce, fresh avocado, and crispy bacon. Only at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor.
Hey, Mark. It's the perfect combination of taste and refreshment. We've been expecting. Where am I? Beer heaven.
Only one beer is good enough for beer heaven. Miller Lite, the ultimate light beer.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
Hi, boys and girls. Eric Young drafted in the 43rd round in 1989. Who else was drafted in that round in 1989? All these guys were originally drafted in 1989. Bagwell went in the 4th round. Frank Thomas went in the 1st round. The Jambino out of high school was drafted in the 43rd round. Didn't sign, went back in, and was a higher draft pick later. But Eli's the biggest success story, obviously.
Triple Play is brought to you by New Era, the official on-field cap of Major League Baseball.
All right, boys and girls, let's take a look at some recent triple plays as we stick with that theme. Rays, strike them out, throw them out again. That's 1, 2, and 3 outs on one play. That is, of course, what a triple play is. And if you're the offensive team, you get your heads hung low. Indians turn a more conventional one here. Casey Blake starts it. They go to the second baseman. They fire over to first. A 5-4-3 triple play. And it always helps to have a slow runner heading down the first base. Perez is pumped. And, of course, this season we saw as Drupal Cabrera do it all by himself. He caught it. He stepped on the base. He tagged the third runner. That is an unassisted triple play. So the Indians have been involved in a couple, and certainly the only one we have seen this season. As Tim Kirkchin always says, you come to a ball game and you never know what you're going to see. Speaking of triple plays, we all got a chance to hear this most ridiculous, unbelievable story from Buck Showalter about exactly that, a triple play.
Well, I'm in extended spring in 1985. Don't tell me there's something that you've never seen. Lowest rung of baseball. You got a lot of guys that didn't make clubs, so we're playing over in Bradenton right after spring training started. I'm 28 years old, got the world figured out. Triple play never hit leather.
No way.
Never hit leather. I'm going to show you how it happened. Man on first. You're the man on first. Carl, a man on second.
Never hit a glove.
Never hit a glove. 3-2 count. Nobody out. I've got it all. I'm going to start these runners. We're going to score a whole bunch of runs. I'm going to impress somebody. Runners start. Ball's popped up in the air in the infield. Infield fly, batter's out. That's one. I stopped this guy, but the guy behind him had his head down, kept going. Passes a runner, second out. Now, you may wonder where's the third out. And don't forget that ball was up in the air. It's got to come down somewhere. Hit that guy for the third out. 3 outs. There goes my rally. Try calling that thing into New York and have Mr. Steinbrenner explain where it went to rally.
Did that teach you anything about managing?
To this day, I never started runners 3-2 nobody out in 30 years after that play.
Just tell me this, that your base runner didn't run into the ball like I just did. It just hit him by mistake.
Well, the other thing, neither one of these guys ever played in the big league.
Unbelievable. Never hit the ground, never hit a glove.
Wow, it happened, I'm telling you.
We believe you. White Sox and the Indians, the team that has turned the only triple play this year, Cleveland. Mark Burley walks Victor Martinez in the bottom of the first with the Indians up 1-0. Johnny Peralta goes into left. Carlos Quentin trapped it. Johnny Peralta gets to first. The next batter, the Garcinator, Ryan Garco. Walked as Burley was trying to get that inside call. He didn't.
It's so tough to be selective when you're struggling. That's the challenge that Cleveland's got to continue to try to be selective when you're trying to score some runs.
Josh Hamilton's hit a grand slam tonight. Franklin Gutierrez does too. 5-0. Gutierrez's third home run of the year and the first career grand slam.
Look, when Cleveland scores 4 more runs, they 18-6, Carl, so that's a good sign.
In the 6th, it's a 5-2 game. Anderson. San Francisco makes a nice catch. Alexi Ramirez didn't think he was going to come close. Do we have a triple? No, we're going to stop with 2. And then the ground ball, the second. Konerko dropped it. 7-2 Indians. They never really had it. The inning's still alive. Bases loaded. Bottom 6. Aaron Wasserman fake to third, throw to first, run down. Konerko about faces, bad throw home.
Rains it pours.
The Indians go on to win it by a score of 8-2. Uncharacteristic for Konerko, who's been banged up a little bit, but now back. So it's a final now, 8-2. Gutierrez, the grand slam, provides most of that offense. Kobayashi for Cleveland, 2 innings, and he gives up nothing but a hit. Let's get some of the updates. They are backed up, folks, like airplanes at Logan, which will start with the Red Sox in Seattle. Left center field, Manny's not there. Chris had to go off his glove. It's usually a play he makes as Manny fires it back in. Hit it. Safe. Mariners 2, Red Sox nothing.
Did he think he needed to slide?
I'm not sure. He heard somebody yell, hit it. Braves and the Brewers, they're in the 9th.
Cameron takes the strike.
Bill Hall goes to third uncontested on a called strike 2. Cam
Boogie.
Cameron in the air.
So the uncontested move to third with 1 out gives you the sac fly, and that's how they're going to win this game.
Safe? Carl, what's important about that, it was 3-1. He got a good fastball. He could have swung, but he gave it up. Sacrifice for his teammate.
Exactly. It's a team move. He knew he had the bag stolen. Good point.
Giants D-backs. Dan Herron's already given up 1, and Bucky talked about it. You know this ballpark. Boy, that is flying out of the yard.
There's certain nights all of a sudden you go, my goodness, I don't care if the roof's open, closed. When you figure out how it carries there, let me know.
Castillo went huge fly. We'll come back to Central Battle. The Cards and the Astros have a pretty ripe history when it comes to these games, and they're back at it again. Well, the balls that left the yard still leaving the yard, and Baltimore, they hit 9 so far. We'll be right back.
Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5, Wednesday on ESPN.
Good cholesterol versus bad, Woody Page.
It all rides on the lipoproteins. The higher the HDL, the lower the risk of heart disease.
I mean, this is a guy who shed 30 pounds in 2 months. He tackled his sleep apnea, too.
High blood pressure's weak. 150/95, bench the salt.
The pass down low, now that's a clean colon.
If only you followed your health the way you follow sports. For a complete list of the tests you need and when you need them, go to ahrq.gov/realmen.
On June 3rd, the fate of a team will be held between one man's legs.
He kisses the ball for good luck.
Sweet sugar.
Jackie Moon holding the fate of Flint in his fingertips.
What the hell are you doing, Jackie?
Semi-Pro. Own the 2-disc unrated DVD or Blu-ray June 3rd. Movie also available on demand.
One lucky fan will go home with a game ball.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
Hello, I'm a Mac.
Hello, I'm a PC, and I'm living with Vista.
Hi, PC. I'm so proud of you for doing this, pal. This is great.
Thank you.
One day at a time, buddy.
Yep.
You've taken the biggest step, and that's accepting that our operating system isn't working like it should.
I just wish they would resolve these problems and issues once and for all. I wish I could tell you it's going to get easier.
Well, I'm pleased to say I've been error-free for nearly a week.
Way to go!
Well, I'm pleased to say I've been error-free for nearly a week.
Okay.
Well, I'm pleased to say I've been error-free for nearly a week. So hard to watch.
Can someone restart him,
Well,
please?
I'm pleased to say I've been error-free for nearly a week.
This is a great country.
A country where people never stop trying.
Never stop dreaming.
Never stop creating the perfect chicken sandwich.
Introducing McDonald's new Southern-style chicken sandwich.
It's perfectly seasoned.
It's juicy.
It's just plain better. All white meat chicken served warm with pickles on a steamed, buttery-tasting bun.
Why settle for ordinary?
When you simply don't have to.
You're watching Baseball Tonight, presented by Verizon Wireless.
Let's get back into the Wayback Machine. St. Louis and Houston get a little history this year. April 7th, Miguel Tejada had that web jam in the 9th, and then he had a walk-off home run. And that's the night he became an Astro. Then April 9th, Brandon Backey and Albert Pujols got into it before the game started. They nearly had a meeting after the game as well. April 26th, Adam Wainwright threw behind Brad Osmus. He wasn't happy. The benches would clear. The Cardinals won on a walk-off hit. So they're hotly contested, and they're good games. The next night, after a timeout, Backey throws up and into Yadier Molina. There. And the benches would clear as well. Let's bring it to the present and find out if tonight there'd be any fireworks. Lance Berkman has been very good, successful hitting in 21 of his last 24 games.
And a walk. So
that was a virtual pitch-out.
Bases loaded.
Bases loaded. El Caballo with the bags full.
2-2.
Gap. Rick Ankiel's got a great arm. We know all about it. Uh-oh.
You could see that as soon as it came out of his hand. That would have been good from dead center field in Colorado, though.
Well, remember, when he talked about those other throws he made, he talked about how easy it came out of his hand.
Yeah, he didn't have a good grip on that one. You could tell. His feet got behind him.
Astros up 2-zip. Hunter Pence, shortstop. Pretty play by Asturias, but not in time. As Berkman scores, it's 3-0 Stros. 5-zip, Albert, 3-2-1.
Oh.
Liftoff. He's got a dozen. Remember that elbow injury we were talking about before the season? 5-1. Gloss goes into right. Ankiel's on. This throw's much better.
Look at the catcher sitting right in the line there, not letting him go around him.
The scoring update from St. Louis shows the Astros a comfortable 8-2 lead in the game that has been without incident. Happy to report. Tejada did hit his 6th in this one. Hunter Pence is 5 for 5 with 2 RBIs and a double. Sean Chacon goes for Houston in this one. Dodgers and the Cubs is seen on ESPN, and you'll see them again tomorrow night as well. Kosuke Fukudome, bobblehead doll night. You heard Aaron Andrews tell the story during the game. In fact, there you see Aaron Andrews holding the doll. Kosuke wasn't overly impressed with the likeness. Swings at the first pitch and flies out to left field. He had a .330 average, 4 home runs versus Kuroda in 112 at-bats in Japan as the two face each other in this game. Blake DeWitt's been playing really well. Dodgers take a 1-0 lead. He wasn't even supposed to be on this team, hitting over 300. Top 6, Andre Ethier, right field. Great catch by Fukudome. Tough play.
Almost a face plant.
Yeah, that was...
7th inning, Broxton on to face Mike Fontenot. The Cubs with men on the corners. They were moving with 1 out. We've discovered earlier from Buck that's kind of dangerous, but Blake DeWitt couldn't handle it. Ryan Theriot scores. Cub pride. With a full count, Ramirez singles up the middle. Aramis getting warmer. 2-1. The next batter is really the hero this year for Chicago, Fukudome. Look at the Wrigley faithful going nuts as Fontenot scores. They're 3-1.
You notice how that ball got left alone down the left field line. People in left field in Wrigley have figured out, let's leave the balls alone.
We saw Kerry Wood come on, and if you didn't see it, he was filthy.
He's been closing at a pretty good clip, very impressively for those guys.
12 saves through a fastball at 96. We saw a variety of curveballs as well. May see them again tomorrow night. This would be his 3rd night in a row if he has to close tomorrow. Wednesday, ESPN 2. Baseball Tonight will follow the latest edition of the Dodgers and the Cubs. You mentioned, of course, Peter, that our draft coverage is coming up shortly, and we're looking forward to that. It seems like it's taking on almost an NFL and NBA type role because of what we're watching from these players. As you look ahead to the draft, what do you see in the top 5?
Well, you start off with the Rays. They have the first pick. They hope this is the last time in a few years that they're up at the top of the draft. They're basically down to either Florida State catcher Buster Posey or Tim Beckham, a shortstop outfielder from Griffin, Georgia, high school kid with great skills, which probably means Pittsburgh will get who they want. They really want Pedro Alvarez, a big slugging third baseman out of Vanderbilt. And then Kansas City, probably, they might take Posey or Beckham, whoever left, or they might take one of the two first basemen, Eric Hosmer from Plantation, Florida, Justin Smoke from South Carolina. And I had a bunch of teams tell me this week that Daniel Schlereth, Arizona's hard-throwing left-hander reliever and son of one of our esteemed colleagues, Mark Schlereth, will go somewhere in the middle of the first round. I had 2 scouts in the last 2 days tell me they'll guarantee that Daniel Schlereth will be the first guy out of this draft to make the big league sometime early next year. That's a great story for us.
Sure is. Certainly an exciting time for the Schlereth family, and we look forward to bringing you the coverage June 5th. 2 o'clock Eastern Time, ESPN 2, as we bring you the draft from Orlando, Florida. The great one, thank you very much, the Hall of Famer Peter Gammons. All right, Pirates and Reds. On a night Jay Bruce has been a hero. Cordero comes in and gets Sanchez to fly, efforting to get Jay Bruce on baseball tonight before we hand it off. Jays and the A's on the move. In the second. Emil Brown's off. Ouch, kicked off his right leg. I get the sense that Emil's going to third and not stopping.
That's why the corner outfielders always run towards second base on a stolen base.
That's a manager talking, people. Will return. Are you kidding me? A bold prediction? Stranger than the triple play, we're being told. And the top 5 web gems. And hopefully Jay Bruce joins us on Baseball Tonight. Stay there.
Tough meets classy. The stylish 4-door Ridgeline built by Honda.
New smoky chipotle? Wow. What is that?
Flavor.
I like flavor.
Smoky flavor, just enough kick. New Smoky Chipotle Crispy is at KFC. Mix it in your bucket or try a 2-piece meal for $3.99.
Taste better with KFC.
See what it's like at GoArmy.com.
Hurry in now for Toyota's banner sales event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas, especially on rugged Toyota trucks. Drive away today in the Toyota Tundra, the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, now with 0% financing, or get $3,000 cash back. Act quickly to take advantage of great deals on the dependability, reliability, and safety that Toyota is known for. The banner sales event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Hi, Hawk fans. Gary Dolphin here with my top reasons to switch to iWireless. Reason number 4, My5. iWireless exclusive My5 nationwide plans offer unlimited free calling to any 5 people, anytime, anywhere in the U.S. Simply pick the numbers you call most and get unlimited any network, any number calling to and from your 5 favorite numbers, all without using plan minutes. Plus, you can change your My5 numbers every month. Discover why I choose iWireless. Discover the power of I.
Matthew Berry here from ESPN.com Fantasy. Time once again for some bold predictions. And I say Pedro Feliz of the Phillies finishes the year with 30 home runs. Look, he's already got 7 on the year. He's hitting .329 over the last 3 weeks, and he has at least 20 home runs each of the last 4 seasons playing in San Francisco. Now he's in Philly and crushing it. Second, I say Jay Bruce of the Reds goes 15-15 this year. Guy was just called up from AAA. Bruce was hitting a ridiculous .364 with 10 home runs, 8 stolen bases in just 49 games. Third, Chad Tracy is going to hit 20 home runs this year. Guy was just activated off the DL. He's going to take playing time away from both Mark Reynolds and Connor Jackson. And in 05 and 06, when he was healthy, Tracy hit a combined 47 home runs. Finally, I say Scott Podsednik of the Rockies steals 40 bags this year. He already has 7, and he's on pace for 26. Now with the injuries to Brad Hawpe, Matt Holliday, Willa Taveras banged up, he's going to get even more playing time. For more fantasy news and analysis to help you win, be sure to check out our free fantasy section only on ESPN.com.
Boys and girls, more must-see baseball. Twins and the Royals. Nick Blackburn's on the hill. Bottom 2 zeros. Miguel Olivo. Another broken bat. Little single to shallow left. The next batter, Mark Teahen. What a huge night he had. On the first pitch, lines out to Delman Young. The next batter is John Buck. Another first pitch swing. 6-4-3 double play. Blackburn needed 3 pitches to get out of the second inning. Alexi Casilla goes into left center. 1 run's going to score. Minnesota had a 3-0 lead. Blackburn was pitching a really good game. How about this? Joe Nathan's like Mr. Automatic. 2 men on. Teahen golfs one into left. Into the corner it goes.
Oh.
Fair ball.
In that situation right there, you really don't want to dive late in the game like that with a 3-0 lead.
He's going for the inside the park.
No.
Safe. Tough play for Young out there, too. I don't think he saw the ball where it went after it hit that ground for a few seconds.
The ball will roll around in Kansas City. You should have seen what it was like before they put real grass in there.
Inside the park, game-tying, 9th inning, Mark Teahen, 3-run home run. Unbelievable. Top of the 10th in that game now. Speaking of home runs, the more conventional kind, the Jambino got off for the Yankees. So did Damon, and so did Millar twice. A-Rod hit one. Mora went deep. Luke Scott. It seemed like everybody hit one. And then the rains came, and the tarp's still on the field. And we'll go Gems when we come back.
Going somewhere?
What are you in for? Wi-Fi?
Break free from Wi-Fi with broadband access from Verizon Wireless. Click to connect and work in more spots than just hotspots on America's most reliable wireless broadband network. Now get a free broadband access modem. Monthly plan starting at $39.99. It's reliability to go. Verizon Wireless.
Where can you find me? At the intersection of my new life and my new lifestyle. Driving.
Wheatgrass?
Yeah, that was it.
Change the scenery? A State Farm agent will be there to help you get the right coverage at a great price.
You know that place where there's never a rain delay? I am so there.
Call, click, or visit and start saving today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
What's this? It's wheatgrass. So what do you think of my screenplay?
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $2,000 cash back on many Cobalts in stock. With an EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon on the highway. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Welcome to the neighborhood. Home of Applebee's signature salads, like California shrimp salad, with seared shrimp, buttery bib lettuce, fresh avocado, and crispy bacon. Only at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Sink your teeth into the official candy bar of Major League Baseball. Baby Ruth from Nestle. It's loaded with good stuff you can really savor.
Luke Scott and Kevin Millar back-to-back. Millar's got 2 in this game. 9 home runs have been hit. The game went 8-8. They brought the tarp out. They're taking the tarp off right now. They'll resume that. We'll have the full highlights at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Time, as will SportsCenter as well. Albert Pujols got a dirty dozen.
Hey.
Adam Dunn's got 14, and this one flies.
The best souvenir tonight.
Huge home run for
those people up there. Didn't think they had a shot at one, but they did.
Franklin Gutierrez, one of 2 grand slams that were hit tonight. His came for the Indians. His tribe pride was on display.
Another kid with a chance to have 5 tools. Just going to matter what he hits for an average.
Here's the one that you already anointed the 5-tool player.
That ball's off the plate inside.
About to hit him.
Yeah.
He threw them hands in there. Outstanding piece of hitting.
Josh Hamilton with 13 home runs. The most home runs in the month of May among active players. Nobody's got more than Griff Jr., and we're All, I'm sure, like he is, anxiously awaiting to get the next 2 to get into that milestone of 600. A-Rod, Frank Thomas, and hats off to Jim Tomey, the others with the most in May.
Touch 'em All is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz, located on the web at mbusa.com.
Here are your defensive plays from this a wild night on the field. Jody Garrett, Nationals and the Padres. Felipe Lopez goes to center. Garrett. So you don't have to dive to make a good play.
I like the fact that he didn't dive. A lot of guys are laying out after they catch it.
I'm laying out.
I know. I appreciate your honesty.
Andre Ethier, this is a tough play. He almost could have run in a little bit further and used the forehand, but
watch the chin. Watch the chin. Ooh,
that ball was sinking fast.
He also had 2 hits as the Cubs won it 3-1 on ESPN. Russell Branyan up the middle.
Oh, man, Bobby Cox had high praise for this guy coming out of spring training.
I think the throw's more difficult than the glove one.
And he nailed it. Brewers won that one 3-2. Marlins and the Mets. Mike Jacobs up the middle. Second base pride, Luis Castillo with the shovel. It's a web gem in the Met world because they haven't been making a lot of them this year. The #1 gems goes to this guy, Hanley Ramirez. That's just got tough play written all over it.
Only shot he had was the bare hand, got it cleanly, good throw, accurate throw.
Arm strength, Castillo then into the hole. Let's see the arm.
You know what I like about this?
Smart.
Afterwards, he looked at Castillo. Yes, he did.
I was going to say I like the throw. He bounced it 15 feet ahead, gave his first baseman a chance to catch it. I kind of like that. Got a chance to see 2 of the great shortstops making plays in the NL East with Escobar and Hanley Ramirez. The stat of the night, the Yanks and the O's have hit 9 before the 6th inning Tuesday. The last time 2 teams did that was May 17th of '79 when the Phillies and Cubs combined to do the same. The Phillies won that mess 23-22 in 10 innings. Good times. There are still people actually in Baltimore waiting to see the conclusion of this one. And why not? We'll bring you the full highlights at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Jay Bruce had a pie in the face, so he couldn't actually call in celebrating. We'll hear from him, we hope, at 12:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Mr. Triple Play, Buck Showalter and Eric Young. I'm Carl Ravitch. Thanks for watching SportsCenter with the latest on Tiger Woods coming up.
The knee's doing better. The rehab is boring. It gets really old riding that bike, man.
This is SportsCenter.
The defending champs try to even the series at home in San Antonio, but Kobe and the Lakers are not making that an easy task. Johan Santana trying to right what's been so wrong for the Mets. Tonight they take on those pesky first-place Marlins at Shea. Down in Dallas, a little infighting starting up perhaps. A certain Cowboy trashing a 5-time Pro Bowler. Plus, Tiger talking Tiger. Will he be ready to roll for the U.S. Open? Hear for yourself on SportsCenter now.
Hi, everybody. Glad to have you with us on SportsCenter. Always pleased to be teamed with Scott Van Pelt. I'm just Reese Davis.
That's hardly the case.
Plenty of coverage coming from the Western Conference Finals in just a little bit. A great slugfest between the Yankees and the Orioles, but a turnaround, Scott, of almost biblical proportions in that, I guess, the last shall be first.
Correct. And once the Rays exercise devil from their first name, what do you know? They're the best team in baseball. We're leading SportsCenter with the Rays. They're raised by the numbers. Opening day payroll, meager. Well, by some of the other big spending clubs standards, 43.8, second lowest in the majors behind the Marlins. We'll get to the Marlins in a minute as well. AL best 31-20 entering tonight, 30 games below 500 last season. Pitching has been the key from the majors' worst ERA last season to the 8th best this year. So, best record in the AL where?
Tampa.
You got it. Getting it done. Double-double. Andy Sonestein. Well, this isn't a double-double. This is Ian Kinsler bunting, and Evan Longoria lets it go, and what do you know? It stays fair.
My guy.
Kinsler with a little smile. 2 batters later. 2 on for Josh Hamilton. What a story. You talk about a reclamation from the scrap heap. This guy's come back from hell and beyond. Longoria can't handle that one. Hamilton's safe. Salta Lamakia scores in the air. Inning should have ended as 3-0 Rangers. Later in the inning, it's 5-0. Brandon Boggs lines one down the right field line. Milton Bradley having a fine statistical campaign. David Murphy coming to score. Sonestein 5 runs given up. Only 2 were earned. Top 8, it's Hamilton again. Bases are loaded, and that ball's hammered out in the blink of an eye. Second career grand slam for the Major League Baseball RBI leader. He had 5 on the night, and the Rangers double up the Rays 12-6.
Willie Randolph and the Mets taking on the Marlins, who are leading the National League East. It's a 2-0 game, and now 1-0 game in the first couple of men on. Fernando Tatis knocks it to right. That's going to knock in Castillo, and the Metropolitans build the lead to 2-0. Next man is Ramon Castro. He, too, is going opposite way. David Wright will come in to score, and that gives the Mets a 3-0 lead. The Mets who've won just 3 of their last 12. Here's Yohan Santana. He was absolutely dominant. Saw Dan Uggla's bat right in half. Got him right off the cuticles. A nice play by Reyes to throw him out, and Santana was getting his business done. Here's Uggla going to try his luck with Yohan again, and discovers why Santana is indeed supernatural. Get rid of that bat, although there might be some operator error involved. 4-3 game, Mets on top. Santana, guess who? Uggla. Just leave the bat at the plate. Is not doing any good against Yohan when he's got the nasty stuff going like that. Billy Wagner coming in to finish things off. Jorge Cantu cannot. And 5-3, Mets beat the Marlins for Willie Randolph.
We need to win real bad. I know that. You know, and when this team starts to put those together, then we all have a lot of confidence then, you know. But, you know, it's you know, just a tough young team we're playing against. We can pick up a full game tonight and continue to roll. We got to, again, tomorrow night. Olsen's been throwing the ball real well, so we got to come out and do the same thing, man, get on the roll.
So the Mets have now won 4 of their last 13, and Yohan Santana, who got his 99th career victory. You see what he's done over the course of his career with the Twins and with the Mets when his team has followed a loss. When you're making $17 million a year, you need to be a stopper, or, Scott, in this case, a mere $5 million less than the Marlins' entire payroll.
We had a spirited discussion in our meeting today about which team was more likely to make the playoffs. We had this great debate. You got Tampa Bay, you got the Marlins, and somebody in the meeting said there's no question both these teams are going to go out tonight and get beat, which they did, but that does not mean that we could not ask you which team's more likely to make the playoffs. Great stories, bottom 2 payrolls in all of baseball, Marlins and Rays. Who do you think's got the most staying power and might make the postseason?
Young team Marlins, a lot of old teams in the National League East, a lot of injuries in that division.
Tampa's in the wrong division.
Probably, yes.
Question of the night, brought to you by Coleman, the outdoor company. Let's go outside.
Tuesday is typically Tiger Woods' press conference day on the week of an event. This Tuesday, he met with the media, but not in Columbus, Ohio, in advance of this weekend's Memorial Tournament, rather at Congressional in suburban D.C. in advance of the PGA Tour event he hosts there over the 4th of July weekend. The 2 most eagerly anticipated answers had nothing to do with either event. They were in regards to the following. How's the knee, and can you play in the U.S. Open in 2 weeks?
The knee's doing better. The rehab is boring. It gets really old riding that bike, man. But everything's on schedule. Just been just training and trying to get this thing organized for the Open, and it's right on schedule for that. I started my practice basically just recently, so going to Memorial just that rusty, it wouldn't have made any sense. I wasn't sharp enough. I hadn't hit all my shots I needed to hit yet, you know, at home and make sure everything is organized. So I wasn't quite ready. So no sense in going there not ready. The whole idea is to be ready for the U.S. Open.
It was reported that there was a bit of a limp in Tiger's giddy-up as he walked up there to the podium. Extended absence or not, Tiger at Torrey Pines is just a lethal combo. He's won the Buick Invitational 6 times at that course, including the last 4. Now, it will be set up different for a U.S. Open than it is for a regular Tour event. And they play 2 courses during the PGA Tour event, only one, the South, which is tougher. But he's finished either first or second in 6 of his last 7 majors since missing the cut at the 2006 U.S. Open at Winged Foot. And you take a look at Tiger Woods when he comes back from being away following some surgery. 2003, arthroscopic knee surgery, Buick Invitational. Where? Not Tampa, Torrey Pines, site of the U.S. Open, as we mentioned. As you see, that's one of those just ridiculous shots that only Tiger has the imagination and guts to pull off, although Mickelson had quite a shot to win Sunday at Colonial. But also the putter was working. That led to yet another trophy. 2006, missed 2 months after the death of his father, Earl. Played at Winged Foot, brutally difficult golf course, and Tiger would be the first to tell you he flat was not mentally prepared to play in that one and missed the cut, ending a record of 142 straight cuts made.
Still to come on SportsCenter, Albert Pujols went yard on Tuesday, so too did Tejada. Astros doing it on O and D in St. Louis, and all eyes on Boston's Big 3 Wednesday night, why Game 5 might ultimately define this group of all-stars, and it might only be made with the